The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace, and unity.
We may sit. All right. Thank you very much, Ziba. To begin, I'd like to welcome the Deputy Head of Delegation, Head of Politics of the European Union Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Alexandra Borges. I know I had met you earlier to get the pronunciation of your name, so please forgive me if I did not pronounce it right. Please let's give him a round of applause. A round of applause for the Deputy Head of Delegation who ensured that this is made possible. The Convergence 5.0 is made possible with funding from the European Union under its European Union Support to Democratic Governance in Nigeria project. So please, a round of applause for the EU for at least making it possible for you to be here in the room. We are also pleased to have in our midst Member House of Representatives and the Chairman of the Young Parliamentarians Forum of the National Assembly, Honorable Kabir Tukura. A round of applause for him. We also have 3 young speakers in our midst. When we held the Convergence in 2019, one of the speakers who is here present, Honorable Debo Adedoyin, was the youngest speaker in Nigeria. And to see him here again, having won his election in 2023, I'd like you to please join me as a welcome Right Honorable Ogundoyin Adebo, the Speaker of Oyo State House of Assembly. We also have in our midst the Speaker of Adamawa State House of Assembly. I hope he's here in the room. Okay. Please, let's give him a round of applause as well. Forgive me, Honorable. I do not also want to destroy the pronunciation of your name. So when you give your remarks, I'll be grateful if you also pronounce your name. We also have in our midst, please forgive me, the Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly. Coincidentally, my parents are from Osun State. I always say my parents are from Osun State because I am one of those people who don't go home. I know my father's village by name. I've not been there physically. I know I can do better. Honorable Tunde Olatunji, who is a member of Osun State House of Assembly. I don't know if he's here in the room. When I met him earlier this year, he told me he was going to force me to go home, to go and see my father's village at least. So I would like to also welcome the Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Adewale Olumide Egbedun. Please, a round of applause for him as well. We also have in our midst the Executive Director of Kuka Center, Father Bakindo Atta, who is ably represented by Emmanuel. Emmanuel, if you're in the room, welcome. We also have the Director General of Nigeria Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, Professor M.T. Ladan. If you're in the room, sir, please stand up for recognition. Thank you, sir. We also have here present the Secretary of Interparliamentary Relations of the National Assembly, ably represented by Godwin Ekpeyong, the Director, Deputy of Protocol, National Assembly. Please stand up for recognition where you're seated, sir. You're welcome, sir. We would now go directly. I apologize that you don't have the agenda. We are making copies and to be presented to you before the end of the opening ceremony. I would like to invite to the seats the Deputy Ambassador of the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Alexandra Borges, to the chair. I'd like to also welcome Honorable Tukura, Member House of Reps, and the Chairman of the Young Parliamentarians Forum to please join us here, sir. I don't know how to crack jokes, but please encourage me by clapping so that I know that, please. Please, a round of applause. I'm sure we all had breakfast, so please, a round of applause. Or do we want to do an energizer before are we tired? No? Okay. Does anyone want to tell a joke in my stead? Because I'm not funny. So are you going to clap your hands when I invite them here to join us on stage? Are we committing to clapping? Yes. Oh, perfect. I would also like to invite to join us here the Speaker of Adamawa State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Wesley Batia. I'd also like to invite my bosses who ensure that I'm able to do the work that I do and get my salary at the end of the month. I'd like to invite our Executive Director, Mr. Samson Itodo. Please, a round of applause for Samson so that I can get my pay at the end of the month. Please encourage Samson by clapping. I'd also like to invite the Amazon herself, Cynthia Umbamalu, our Director of Programs at Yiaga Africa. All right, thank you. I would like to invite Cynthia Umbamalu, the Director of Program Yiaga Africa, to deliver the welcome remarks. Thank you. Are you, please come this.
Thank you so much, Yetunde. Good morning, everyone. Do we have honorable members in the room? Is this the voice we would use when we move motion? Good morning, honorable members in the room. Thank you so much. I'm excited to stand this morning before every one of you because for us, this is a celebration that we have young Nigerians who are capable and who are ready to lead and are willing to provide leadership that Nigeria needs. And so I know Yetunde has already established the protocol, but I want to specially recognize Honorable Tukura, Honorable Kabir Tukura, who is the chair of the Young Parliamentarians Forum. I also want to recognize Professor M.T. Ladan, who is the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, and also to also recognize the presence here of the speakers from Oyo, from Osun, from Adamawa, the young speakers. And that's one of the things we celebrate, that we have young people leading at the state legislative level. And to recognize present here the representative of the Secretary, Directorate of Interparliamentary Relations and Protocol, and also the representative of the Ambassador for the European Union, the Deputy Head of Delegation, Alexander Borges. I hope I'm pronouncing that well. And most importantly, honorable members present here, honorable members from the House of Representatives, our members from the state houses of assembly, our partners present here, our media partners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cynthia Mbamalu. I'm the co-founder and the director of programs for Yiaga Africa. And today, on behalf of our board and our amazingly resilient Yiaga Africa team, I want to specially welcome you to the Convergence 5.0. Yiaga Africa is indeed honored to host this landmark event, one with our partner, the Young Parliamentarians Forum, and with the support of the European Union. The Convergence 5.0 for us is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. This is the second time we're hosting it. We hosted one in 2019, and today we're happy to be hosting another one in 2023. And for us, the Convergence, honestly, is a platform for young legislators to learn from experts in the field on how best effectively deliver leadership. Second, is a platform for young elected representatives to learn on how to build power through this network. And third, is a platform for young lawmakers to learn from the experiences of lawmakers who have served in Nigeria on how to easily and best navigate the politics in the National Assembly and the State Assembly. Hence our theme, leadership, power, politics. And as an organization, we want to constantly celebrate young lawmakers. Because for us, when you succeed, Nigeria succeeds. When you succeed, Nigerian youth are inspired to believe in Nigeria. So we want to constantly celebrate you. Our honorable members, in 2023 elections, we had about 15,000 candidates. You fought tirelessly, and out of these 15,000 plus candidates, you contested and you won your elections. Congratulations for achieving this great feat. Congratulations, please. I've never run for elections, but I know it's not easy because we work in elections and we know it's difficult to contest and win in Nigeria's elections. So we celebrate you. Yiaga Africa from 2015 will be documenting young or youth representation at candidates level, at elective level. And one of the things we had, there were only 3 under 35-year-olds in the House of Representatives. By 2018, the then President Buhari, he signed into law the constitutional amendment reducing the age to contest office. And the age for presidents was reduced to 35, for state assemblies and for House of Representatives was reduced to 25. And our hope was that with that amendment, we would have an increase in the number of young people representing Nigerians in the National Assembly and State Assembly. In 2019, we celebrated about 13 young people in the House of Representatives, which was a far increase from where we were in 2015. We also had 20 young people who were under 30 years old who won the elections in 2019 in the state assemblies. 2 women under 35 years old who won that elections. 2023, we hoped for better. But yes, it did not go the way we were expecting. But we still have things to celebrate. Honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, for the first time since our transition to democracy in 1999, we can proudly say that in the House of Representatives, we have 2 lawmakers who are between 25 and 29 years old, the youngest ever. That is progress. But not enough, because in the House of Reps, we still have just 14 under 35 years old who won the elections. At the state level, there are 92 under 35-year-olds who won the elections. Congratulations. I see some of the faces I saw before elections smiling at me. Out of that number, 17 of them are under 30 years old, so 29 and below. That is progress. And for the women, it's still a sad story. However, we have 4 lawmakers who were under 35 years old in the State Assembly that are women, which is an increase from the 2 that we had in 2019. Yes, and today I'm looking at the faces of young female legislators in the room, and I'm happy to see that we still have representation. So, please, our honorable members in the House of Reps, in the state assemblies, we plead with you that this time you have in office, please promote legislations that can increase women political representation in Nigeria and support youth political representation in Nigeria. We believe you can do this. Our dear country is dealing with multidimensional levels of poverty, insecurity, poor quality of education. Our best minds are migrating out of this country, and a lot more. Honorable members, you have the power of lawmaking, the power of representation, the power of oversight. With these powers you have, you can help us move this country a step further. We are not hoping for spontaneous change. We know that would be dreaming. It's not magic. But we believe that with your role, with your power, with your seat, you can move this country a step further to the Nigeria we all dream of. And so we have a lot of trust in you. In a special way, we want to appreciate the European Union for the support to political inclusion of young people and women. Because before the elections, the EU supported a ready-to-run conference for young candidates. And today, because of the support, we are converging with our young elected lawmakers. So thank you to the European Union for the support. In a special way, we also want to appreciate the Young Parliamentarians Forum. In the night assembly, we did an amazing work under the leadership of Honorable Kabiru Tukura. And we believe that we will do a lot more in this assembly. For us as Yiaga Africa, we remain committed to supporting the work of the YPF and to further ensure that it is institutionalized at the state assemblies and that we can start seeing the mighty and marvelous works of our young lawmakers at the state assemblies and also in the national assemblies. Lastly, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the Convergence 5.0 for Yiaga Africa is our reaffirmation in our faith in democracy. But most importantly, is a confirmation of our faith in young people, in the power of youth leadership, and the power of young lawmakers to represent us better in that hub of democracy called the legislature. And so, once again, on behalf of our partners, on behalf of our board and our amazing team, I want to specially welcome you to the Convergence 5.0. Together, may we re-inspire hope in Nigeria. And together, may we chart a better future for our great nation. God bless Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cynthia. Honorable members, distinguished guests, please join me as I welcome Honorable Kabir Tukura, Member House of Reps and Chairman Young Parliamentarians Forum for his welcome remarks. A round of applause.
Good morning, all. I beg to stand on existing protocols, but with an exception. You know, in the legislature, we are biased, so I would like to specially recognize my colleagues in the House of Reps and the members of the State House of Assembly present. Good morning. It's a practice. I cannot do it without recognizing them, so I'll be pardoned, I guess. It's a great delight for me to be at this epoch-making event, which is tagged the Convergence 5.0 with the theme Leadership, Power, Politics. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate us for the successes in our general elections and inauguration of the 10th Assembly. Today's Convergence, which is as usual being organized by Yiaga Africa, Center for Legislative Engagement in partnership with the Young Parliamentarians Forum, is apt and timely as Nigeria has just begun yet another 4-year term of political journey. This conference will, among other things, equip young representatives with sound legislative skills and opportunities for fostering networking and peer learning among one another. Interestingly, the conference will also serve as a platform to intimate participants with activities of the YPF and to advocate for its replication in state houses of assembly. Having inaugurated the 10th National Assembly, it will interest you to note that at this juncture, in no time, election for the leadership of the YPF of the 10th Assembly will be conducted to usher in new set of leaders and members of the forum, which will be inaugurated by His Excellency Senator Chief Godswill Opot Akpabio, CON, the President of the Senate. Your active participation in this conference, therefore, would bring to the limelight your inherent potentials to stand the chance of being nominated to contest the leadership positions of the forum across both national and state houses of assembly. Although we shall have a dedicated session to explore activities of the YPF shortly, I must state at this point in time that the Young Parliamentarians Forum is a permanent body of the IPU, Interparliamentary Union, made up of young representatives aged 45 years and below who are dedicated to advocacy for enhanced participation of young persons and women in leadership and decision-making process. To kickstart the business of the day, I hereby declare open the Convergence 5.0 and appeal for your kind participation and attention as we get set to share ideas and experiences that will better our lots as young members of Parliament. To this end, I welcome you to this all once again and heartily commend Yiaga Africa and Africa Center for Legislative Engagement for sustaining this initiative and partnership. We look forward to having a fruitful convergence. Thank you. Before I take my seat, I would like to call on everybody here present, all the legislators here present, I want to emphasize something I've said earlier, and it's the fact that you need to keep your heads down and learn from this. I never miss the chance to say this anytime that I have this opportunity for any of Yiaga Africa's event. Yiaga Africa is the first body that cut my teeth in legislation. I learned how to do motions and bills, and even my first town hall meeting, thanks to Yiaga Africa. So all I'm trying to tell you is if you bring your head down, stick to them like leeches, there's a lot you will take away from them. And I make bold to tell you, there's a lot of expectations from the people in this room. In the 9th House of Representatives, some of the best performing legislators are members of the YPF. And I call on you to keep your head down, learn, and be willing to give your best to the people that brought you here. Always remember that you're here to represent somebody, and their responsibility lies on your head. So whatever decision you take, make sure you take a good one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kabir Tsukura. We'll now go. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of Senator Ita Solomon Enang, who is one of our facilitators today. Please stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you for joining us, sir. We also have some of our facilitators here. Honorable Simon Karu, who is the former secretary of the Young Parliamentarians Forum in the 9th Assembly. Welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have one of our facilitators, Honorable Tunde Olatunji of Osun State House of Assembly. Please stand up for recognition, sir. I also see one of, do I say former strategy member of the NotTooYoungToRun Movement, Dr. Laz Ude Eze. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you for joining us. We would now go to our goodwill messages, and it is my pleasure to invite Professor M.T. Ladan, the Director General of the National Institute for Advanced Legal Studies.
distinguished parliamentarians, members of the High Table, permit me to, instead of standing, let me sit on the existing protocol, or you can reverse it, either way. I think what is important actually for me is to first express our profound gratitude to the organizers of this Convergence 5.0 on behalf of the chairman of the Governing Council of the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, the Honorable Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Olukayode Ariola, GCON, members of the Governing Council and management staff of the Institute. I extend our warmest greetings to you all, and we'll also like to extend our congratulations to all of you for finding time to attend your own program. From the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, which is the apex legal research and capacity building institute established by law since 1979, our job is to enhance capacity of all the three arms of government in Nigeria, and we also facilitate and assist state governments, in various capacity building programs. For today's Convergence 5.0, I would like to simply emphasize on 4 quick rules that parliamentarians that are gathered here need to briefly take as part of their constitutional duties. Number 1, as parliamentarians, you are constitutional duty bearers. So beyond your traditional function or role of oversight, lawmaking, and representation, you are primarily constitutional duty bearers. Why? Because Section 14, subsection 2, paragraph B of the Nigerian Constitution is very explicit that the primary purpose of government in Nigeria at all levels, at the federal, state, and local government levels, are just to do 2 things. Just to do 2 things. With all your powers mentioned and to be mentioned in the next 2 days. You need to do 2 things with your powers. To promote the security and welfare of all people in Nigeria. Just 2. Any other thing is secondary and tertiary. The Constitution is explicit. 1 sentence. Check Section 14, subsection 2, paragraph B of the Constitution. And it is always a misnomer when people say government in Nigeria is only the executive. It is wrong. Section 13 of the Constitution says all those exercising legislative, executive, and judicial powers and other persons and authorities or groups exercising similar powers are all part of the government in Nigeria. And therefore, the next section, Section 14.2 says, all those exercising these powers, have only 2 things primarily as to why they are in government. To promote the security and welfare of all people in Nigeria. And the question is, how do you then exercise this power? And to enable you realize this constitutional obligation placed on you by Section 14.2b. Otherwise, you have no business in government. You are an arm of government. You are part of the government that this section is talking about. So, for young parliamentarians, in summary, my point is that you can use all your legislative powers to promote good governance, to enhance social, economic, environmental, financial, economic, health, security of all. And you can also use your power to support and partake in a legislative process that seeks to enhance the welfare of all people in Nigeria. The section did not say even all citizens of Nigeria, it said all people. So if you have non-Nigerians living in Nigeria, they also have to make sure that we address their welfare, provided they remain within the legitimate actually means of pursuit of their business within Nigeria. Now, in summary, what does it actually give you as a takeaway? In my view, I believe strongly that all parliamentarians at all levels of governance in Nigeria have a role to play because you are policy agenda setters. That's number one. You are a policy agenda setters for policy debate, and consideration on matters of national security, social security, human security, national integration, national unity, sustainable development. You have to be a policy agenda setter. That's your first responsibility. Number two, in my view, you also need to actually embrace the role as a law and policy reformer. You are going to be in the National Assembly, or you are already in the State or National Assembly, and you must see your role, as a law and policy reformer. Because there are rooms for reform of our policies and laws, and because you are a policy maker at that level, federal or state, you can partake in the review of existing laws or policies and then ensure that consequential amendments are made to actually the ones needing the review and consequential reform so that we can have better legislations and better policies to address the Section 14(2)B constitutional obligation, i.e. to promote the security and welfare of all people. And number three, quickly actually, in my view, is that your role as parliamentarians is that of monitors and evaluators of the powers that you have delegated to other actually arms of government. And why not? When you delegate your lawmaking power or function to ministries, departments, and agencies of government to make subsidiary legislations like regulations, bylaws, codes, guidelines, why do you leave them without actually monitoring and evaluating actually of the use of those powers to make subsidiary legislations on your behalf or in your name? You have that power, so you just have to actually do that. And finally, I would also like to draw your attention, number four, that you also have a role to initiate actually, bills that will eventually become laws that will address or reduce wastages and inefficiencies in lawmaking processes and also in the course of our governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor M.T. Ladan, the Director General of the National Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. I would like to invite Emmanuel Nkanta, the representative of Father Bakindo Atta, the Executive Director of the Kuka Center, for his goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for him.
Your Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also permit me to maybe stand or sit on the existing protocol, but I'll be careful how I sit so that it doesn't break down completely. My name is Emmanuel Nkanta, and I'm representing the Executive Director of the Kuka Center, Reverend Father Atta Brakindo, who is also the head of Secretariat of the National Peace Committee. And so I bring you warm greetings from the Kuka Center, the Secretariat of the National Peace Committee. And as many of us may be aware, the Kuka Center is a Nigerian-based policy research institute, also an NGO founded by Most Reverend Dr. Matthew Asan Kuka, who is also the Bishop of Sokoto Diocese and the convener of the National Peace Committee. And the center is very much interested in committing itself to improving leadership, and also to ensure that partnership itself is built and enhanced towards the building of a better country. As the Secretary of the National Peace Committee, we've organized a series of the signing of the Peace Accord at the national and also at the state level, where we bring together leaders, chairmen of political parties, and their candidates to commit themselves to peaceful processes before, during, and after the elections. And we still stand on that, to committing ourselves and reminding lawmakers, executive, and our leaders that peace itself is a prerequisite for development. And so, in all that we are doing, in our engagement, in the vision we've set aside, and of course our aspirations, we must bear in mind that we also must continue to work towards promoting the ideals of peace before, during, and after the elections. We thank Yiaga Africa, led by the Executive Director, Mr. Samson Itodo, for the invitation, the Convergence 5.0, with the theme Leadership, Power, and Politics. These are three concepts that even if we spend the entire day today, we may not be able to exhaust, because it is, of course, an everyday thing for us. But we thank Yiaga for setting the space and snowballing all of this, so that together, especially at the points like this, we can begin to think of ways to build a better Nigeria. For want of time, I would want to say here that for us, Convergence is truly an opportunity for young people to come together, to re-strategize, to retreat, and of course to be revitalized, to ensure that they perform their tasks. For us, Convergence means coming together to review our action plan. I believe that before we came on board, there have been a series of campaigns, there have been a series of promises. Now is the time to deliver. And so Convergence for us is to remind us of the promises that we made to Nigerians, the promises that we made to our constituencies. For us, Convergence means reminding our leaders of their mandate to deliver. It also means continuous commitment on the side of young leaders to promote the ideals of peace before, during, and after the elections. As I conclude on this, I want to also add that Convergence means using our power, our energy, our inventiveness, our creativity, and initiatives to make sure that we make a difference. Recall that young people are also known for energy. They are known for so much of power. And so Nigerians will actually be watching, because there have been so much stereotyping about the young people. Of course, you know better than even I do. Young people are lazy, they are not prepared, they are not ready, and so many things about the young people. But like I tell people too, we still have young people who are very much prepared, who are ready to lead, who are ready to make a difference. And if you look around you, you left to the right, you see prospective young persons here, you see leaders, you see lawmakers, you see executives who are ready to take the bull by the horn and make a difference. In conclusion, I would want to say here that we all converged here to bring in our inventiveness and to make a difference, to build a Nigeria, the Nigeria of our dreams. A Nigeria where the common man will have a voice, where those who have the voice will give voice to the voiceless. A Nigeria where the street children will be given a sense of belonging. When you walk out of this building, go around the town, of course, Abuja and our respective constituencies, to see Nigerians, of course, street children who have nowhere to go. And so we have converged here to build a Nigeria where we will not be judged by our state of origin or religion, but by our patriotic commitment. And I want to end with this. A journalist approached a young boy, a child on the street, and asked, "Where do you come from?" And the child said, "I am hungry." The journalist was curious. I just asked where you come from, and you say you are hungry, and he asked again. So, truly, where do you actually come from? And the child said, "I'm a street child." And he looked again in the face of this child. Said maybe he's actually cracking or trying to play maybe some pranks. And he asked for the last time, "So, where were you born? Where is the street of origin?" And the child said to him, "It is you and others, many others, who have put me in this state. And that is why I'm actually on the street." My dear leaders, today is a time for us to make that positive difference. Nigerians are watching. The street child is also there. Those in the slum are there. The disadvantaged are there. So for us as Nigerians, for us as leaders, what matters what matters is to make a positive difference and to build a Nigeria of our dream, where peace, where unity, where prosperity will continue to have a place. And of course, unity, irrespective of where you come from. And remember, I'll end with this, that we're first and foremost human beings, even before belonging to any political, ethnic, or religious affiliation. And so what matters is solidarity to make a difference. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I'd like to invite the inclusivity champion, who always reminds us every time about the need to be inclusive in our programming. A very good friend and an implementing partner of the European Union Support Democratic Governance in Nigerian project, Professor, like we like to call him, Professor Jake Epele, the CEO of TAF Africa, for his goodwill message.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stand, because I've sat for too long on the existing protocol, but not without thanking my good friend, Sansoni Todo. For over the years, I've tried to paint him one side albinism and the other side black, but he had completely rejected it. One day I will probably see him take on vitiligo so that he can experience what I go through when I sit in the sun for 10 minutes and get burnt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for serious business. And looking at the theme for this convergence, I want to align myself with the principles and ideals of this gathering, and to say to you that I bring you greetings from TAF Africa, not Yiaga Africa. TAF Africa used to be known as the Albino Foundation, but we have changed our name to reflect where we are today. And that is the fact that we are champion for all forms of disability, including albinism. And somebody will say, well, is albinism a disability? If you don't think so, look to the fact that I struggle to use my eyes. I can't even see some of you from where I'm seated. But don't take that to mean that I don't see well. Because if you take a second look at my wife, then you will know that I saw well. All right, with that said, let me focus on, because I have a little bit more than a minute, let me focus on the first strands of these three pillars that we're gathered here, and that's leadership. And I believe that the greatest problem we have today, even with the political class, is trying to put those who are not qualified to lead in the position of leadership. And so, in a minute that I have, I would like to point your attention to 5 questions every leader must answer. Because seated here today are leaders. And please don't take this nonsense notion that you're leaders of tomorrow, you're leaders of today, going to happen tomorrow. And so, 5 questions that every leader must answer. And please, when you lead, ensure that you're inclusive. Many of you who are going to the National Assembly, if you don't make inclusive laws and you become exclusive, the cost of inclusion is far more less than the cost of exclusion. So let me answer those 5 questions before Yetunde will tell me your time is up, and then I won't get the next invite. 1, whence am I from? Every leader must answer this question. Where are you coming from? It does not speak to the statement that it speaks to one word, originality, origin. Where are you from? What's your source? Many leaders, once they emerge, they disconnect from the root. Don't be that kind of leader. Stay in touch with the people that brought you to where you are. Once you disconnect from your community, then you have yourself to lead and nobody else. So origin. Number 2, who am I? Seated in this room today, and sometimes when I see young people, not only you, older people too, because I've been trying to convince Samson that it's time to also do not too old to run. Maybe at that time I will no, I won't. All right, so it's important for you to know who you are. A young man looked at somebody and said, do you know who I am? I said, you're in double trouble, because people who know who they are don't ask question, who am I? So it's important to know who you are. And ladies and gentlemen, who you are speaks to your identity. From today, create a brand for yourself, not in the clothes, but in the character. Create a brand for yourself. Know who you are and don't accept who you're not. I may be a person with albinism, but albinism does not define me. It is my person that defines albinism. As a matter of fact, the designer who gives you clothes to wear is not the person that makes the clothes beautiful. It's the body that is wearing the clothes. So catch a need for yourself. Focus on your identity. It speaks of your character, not the clothes you wear. It's not the branding and the packaging that makes an individual. It's the character and the content of that person. So, very important, your identity. Thirdly, why am I here? Why am I here? It speaks to purpose. But not only purpose, which is the essence of your being, it also speaks to what you're pursuing. Many people are pursuing purpose, but they are disconnected from purpose. So their pursuit has no bearing with their purpose. Be a purposeful leader who will be a visionary leader. Stop complaining about this country, because you and I can change this country. And it begins right here in this room. So be a purposeful leader. The 4th, what do I have? Don't complain about whether you have anything. As a matter of fact, what do I have speaks to potentials. Let me end by telling you what potential is not. Potential is not what you have used. Potential is what is in you that have not been used. Once it is used, it's no longer potential. Today in this room, you carry the power, the energy, the capacity to change this nation and the nations of this world. I believe that in this room today are seated presidents, senators. In this room today are legislators that will not only change the landscape of the political equation in this country, but the entire continent. And don't look at your neighbor. You are the one. You carry latent power inside you. Time will fail me, but let me give you the last one. Where am I going? Every leader that failed to answer these 5 questions, you will be leading yourself and nobody following you. Where am I going? Destination. My friends, there is life after SUV. There is life after being followed by many people. That's why politicians, once they leave office, they die of depression. Simply because they have tied themselves to followers that makes them feel bloated. And the moment they leave office, because they did not make impact, they are forgotten and nobody remembers them. Don't be that kind of leader. I leave you to answer this question for yourself, and nobody will answer these questions for you. Whence are you from? Who are you? Why are you here? What do you have? And where are you going? God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jake Epele, for the reminder on the key questions that we, as not just lawmakers, should reflect on, but as Nigerians should reflect on. I'd like to invite Ito Owo, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, Ito Owo, for a quick spoken words presentation. This will take 2 minutes.
I'm not a doctor with a syringe, just a poet with a pen, and I write to heal. I bandage this broken heart with words of affection. So even when a stitch in time fails to save the lives of our youth, I speak words that resuscitate these dead hopes back to life and set these crippled destinies back on track. I shine the light in your darkness. You can call me the Thomas Edison of this generation because I have taken that bulb from the end of the tunnel inside the tunnel. So you go feel zero to your destiny. Before they go carry you, they go where you don't know. Yes, see, I rethink generational ideologies and beliefs, breaking every bias to set this youth free from the chains of mental slavery, fear, and ignorance. Call me Nelson Mandela because I have overcome the 4 walls of my doubt. A leader stretching my hands upon this Red Sea. Pharaoh, let my people go because I have a dream that after this rain comes the sun that will dry up the tears from our mother's land. Let us all bring forth trees and green grasses. Make our children stop to the jackpot to foreign lands for greener pastures. So call me the Black Adam because this garden shall be my business and I shall ensure that no serpent shall be here to deceive again with lies and fake promises. So welcome to the new Nigeria, where the land is truly green, white, and very green. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Tom. In February this year, Yiaga Africa, with funding from the European Union, organized the Ready to Run conference for young candidates contesting for legislative seats at the national and the state houses of assembly. And I know in the room, we have some beneficiaries of the Ready to Run conference. If you attended the Ready to Run conference, please stand up. If you attended the Ready to Run conference and you're seated in the room, please stand up for recognition. And the reason why I asked you to stand is because I would like to invite the Deputy Head of Delegation for his special remarks. Please sit. For his special remarks, Alexandra Borges.
I'm always very appreciative of people who try to pronounce my name. I'm Portuguese, and Fidelity is Alexandre Borges, so it's a bit different. But I really appreciate the effort. Anyway, I felt like starting from the end with a bit of reminiscing since Jake, when he was talking about the 5 questions and what where do we come from, where do I come from, why am I here, and all the rest of it. Because many years ago, when I was training I was already in the service, but I had an ambassador who was my mentor, and a British man. And he was very good at what he did, and he used to say, an induction course when I joined the protocol service, that you should always tell people, you should always yourself and tell other people that everything you have around you, being the diplomat, is not because of you. You have to be conscious that, I think the expression was, apply a sense of modesty to the elevated position you find yourself in, which unfortunately there's lots of us who don't seem to remember that part of the lesson. But I hope I did at least in part. The first thing I'd like to say is why we're here, of course. We're very happy to have had Yiaga as our partner, and all my colleagues who actually deal with the project directly tell me so. And the reason basically is that, most of the world is very young. I mean, the figures are pretty staggering. 1.2 billion people aged 15 to 24. And in Africa, 3/4 of the population is below 35 years old. Obviously, this is a situation. My country is the third most aged country in the European Union, and the fifth in the world. So people seem to be very reluctant to have children these days. So that's a contrast. But the reality, that is a problem that we have to deal with. But I think it's harnessing this huge number of people joining in the labor market, and also as voters, that is the important point here. Normally, the young are engines for change. Another previous speaker as well mentioned the fact that there's all sorts of prejudice about people. I mean, on the one hand, they are engines for change. On the other hand, they're lazy and not educated. And I prefer to be stuck to the games platform than to do anything apparently useful. It comes to mind an example, another one, of it's an analysis. I mean, there's no bias here, of course. I am biased, being an European official. But in the Brexit vote in the UK, it's interesting if you look at the breakdown of who voted how and no valid judgments, of course, but how the younger voters, those who are more European, more traveled, more open to other cultures and the European spirit, actually did not bother to vote. And given the margin of it's a huge abstention rate in the young, maybe because they thought it was won, maybe because they were stuck to the platform playing games, I don't know. But it just shows you, and the consequences were what we all know. And so it does matter to mobilize the young, even if they have a more dynamic spirit within them, maybe to let it loose. The passage of the Not Too Young to Run, which was mentioned here, act or amendment, is really it's a bit of a landmark, of course. But a law is only as good as its implementation here in Nigeria, in Europe, in any country in the world. So it's you need political will, and of course, who can bring stronger political will to this than the younger legislators? So it's something that needs to be kept in mind. Of course, I don't want to impinge about what other people say, but I make your words mine. On the achieving office, of course, the primary objective should be to do your bit to deepen democracy, and this is incredibly important. So it goes again to the origin. Don't forget why you're there, and a certain amount of luck also comes to play. In these days when we are so much in the press, the European Union, for reasons that I think we all know, people should not allow people to despair or playing the game of democracy, no matter how imperfect it is, because the alternatives are all worse. I mean, we've tried this in many other places, and so it's better to have an imperfect democracy than to have no democracy at all. And of course, apathy should not be the answer to imperfection. An attempt at correcting whatever is wrong should be top of the list in what to do. So I just hope that this is fruitful. I hope it will be. So far, so good, what I heard. And I wish you all the best, okay, and good luck. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Samson Itodo, the Executive Director of Yiaga Africa, for his remarks. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone. First, let me stand on existing protocol. I have come to do three things this morning before we head to tea and the sessions. Let me perform the first task this morning. And my colleague Cynthia has spoken to us about where things stand when it comes to youth representation. Yiaga Africa publishes what we call Youth Candidacy Report, and we have taken time over the last 10 years to document and analyze the trends on youth participation across Nigeria and in some parts of Africa. And so, flowing from the 2023 elections, it is my pleasure to present to you what the outlook looks like on youth representation in the parliament, and in this case, both the federal and the State House of Assembly. And we say this with a deep sense of humility, that this is the most authoritative report that you can find on youth representation in parliament. And so just to highlight some of the key findings, can we go to the first slide? Youth representation in 2023 did record an increase, a slight increase in the number of young people who are in state houses of assemblies. So if you look at the screen, in the House of Reps in 2019, it was 3%. And in 2023, it's about 3.92%. And when we say young people, we mean young people between 18 and 35, and in this case, between 25 and 35. While in the State House of Assemblies, the figure increased a little bit by 0.3%, and so in 2019, it was 8.9%, but in 2023, it's 9.2%. So like Cynthia noted, this is progress, although very minimal progress. The second slide talks about the historic wins, and there are two historic wins that we celebrate in 2023. And the first one is the fact that you have beneficiaries of Not Too Young to Run, and these are people who are under 30s, who are currently in the House of Reps, and there are two of them, and this is quite remarkable because this is the first time after the Not Too Young to Run legislation that you have young people who are first beneficiaries of the act voted into office. And so for people who out there who say, oh, what is the impact of the Not Too Young to Run bill or legislation? This is one of the stories. When we look at the geopolitical zones and where are these young people distributed, we discovered, the next slide, that the northwestern part of the country has the highest concentration of young candidates in the National and the State House of Assemblies. When we looked at political parties, which party has the highest number of young people who are in the National and State House of Assemblies? The next slide shows you that the All Progressive Congress. And why is this slide here? Because before the elections, the APC and the PDP were somewhere between 14th and 15th in the ranking of political parties. They didn't present a lot of youth candidates. But after the elections, they now have, more youth candidates, followed by the People's Democratic Party. The next slide talks about the second historic win that we celebrate at Yiaga Africa. And that's the fact that for the first time in history, 4 young female legislators under 35 were voted into state houses of assembly. Now, these are females, 4 of them, Delta in Lagos, and 2 from Kwara. And today, we celebrate the fact that I think 4 of them are in this room, and the youngest elected female legislator, who is 26 years, is also here with us. Rukayat is here, and she's seated. You're now 27, but she was 26 when she... But in keeping with the tradition, and I think this is very important, may I invite all those who are under 30s, who are in this room, to just rise for recognition because we celebrate you as the first beneficiaries of Not Too Young to Run. So if you are under 30, if you're under 30s, yeah, so we celebrate you and congratulations. Please, you may have your seat. Today at Yiaga Africa, we will be announcing a very bold decision that we have made in the organization to keep tabs with young people. Over the last couple of months, we've been thinking about how best do we incentivize, young legislators to perform while in office. And for the first time, I am pleased to announce to you that effective today, we're launching the Not Too Young to Run Leadership Prize for Legislative Performance for young legislators. And this, just wait, we're not there yet. This prize is for young legislators who demonstrate leadership and contribute to legislative governance in the course of their term of office. The strategic objectives of this prize are: one, we want to celebrate leadership. A lot have been said about leadership, so I won't talk about leadership. The second, we want to inspire leadership. The third, we want to document leadership. And what is this prize? Can we go to the slides? The first prize is a leadership fellowship. And Yiaga Africa, with the support of our partners, we will support the best performing young legislator to embark on a 1-month leadership fellowship at a globally reputable school of government in the world to learn, to reflect on public leadership. So that's the first prize. The second prize is Yiaga Africa will give a cash award of $20,000 to a recipient of this award to implement a community development project in your constituency that addresses a social need. So it's to identify a social need, and that project has to be co-designed with Yiaga Africa, and it will be co-implemented with Yiaga Africa. And the third will be speaking opportunities in 2 international events in the world. So this is the prize that Yiaga Africa is going to be awarding to young legislators, a big bet. And we're doing this because we want to celebrate leadership, we want to inspire leadership, and we want to document leadership. And we believe that this will incentivize young legislators. To the most controversial one, and that's the next slide. Who are these exceptional leaders who will benefit from this prize? Some of you may not be happy about this, but I'm sorry. The prize will be awarded to the best performing young legislator in the National Assembly who is under 35, because that's the definition of youth. And then the best performing young legislator in a state house of assembly who is under 35. So, and this is a prize, is under 35 as at election, as at the election. So you don't have to be 35, 35, 35 all through. The next slide is, how are we going to select, who makes it and who wins this prize? This prize will be awarded annually, so at the end of every legislative year, because we know you have a holiday after a legislative year, and that period is when we hope to award this prize. An independent prize committee of eminent personalities will evaluate and review the performance of young legislators based on an elaborate performance assessment. And this assessment will look at 3 things. We will look at your plenary performance, and what we mean by plenary performance, we will look at your attendance in plenary and your participation in plenary. We will look at the bills that you introduce, and then bills you co-sponsor, as well as motions that you move. We would also assess your committee performance. And in this case, we look at attendance at committee meetings and contributions to committee and oversight engagements. The third pillar, which is very important to us at Yiaga Africa, is your constituency performance. So we're going to look at the availability of a functional constituency office, how often you visit your office and visit your constituents, and how you engage with your constituents. So this is what we will be looking at, and the data for this assessment will be sourced first from interviews and is direct interviews with you. Second is spot checks and constituency visits. Thirdly, we will be doing desk review of official documents from your parliaments and from your different houses of assemblies. And all this we do is to ensure that we support you in the best way that we can, to excel in this particular field. So the message from us at Yiaga Africa to you is that we will be watching, we will be engaging, and we will be there to support you. Having said that, let me also use this opportunity to say that over the last couple of weeks, there has been a transition, or we're in a transition process at the NotTooYoungToRun Movement. And so, moving on, I will no longer serve as either the convener of the NotTooYoungToRun Movement, and all those and my colleagues who are also on the leadership team and the leadership strategy team, we are transiting, and we're going to shortly announce a call for application for a new set of leaders who would lead the NotTooYoungToRun movement, because there are several leaders in the NotTooYoungToRun movement. So we are going through a transition phase, because some of us are above 35 now, and we are no longer youth. So we are transiting and handing over to younger people to take on this struggle of youth inclusion and youth engagement. And this is a resolution that the leadership of the movement reached in 2019 when we had our strategy meeting in Lagos, and one of the resolutions was to begin the transition process of handing over, to the next generation of leaders. And so we're announcing this officially, even though we've announced this, but to you as young legislators. So if you know people, within your constituency who are young, who are vibrant, who can contribute, please do share the link when we share the link for application with them. And so delighted that we have, members of this leadership strategy team of the NotTooYoungToRun movement, and a lot of them you'll be interfacing with in the course of this meeting. Lastly, to talk about the structure of this convergence, when we were preparing for this, one of the things we considered was all of you would have gone through induction programs and induction courses. So we didn't want to replicate what you have undergone, in your legislative houses. So what we want to do over the next few days is to create a space for you to have personal interaction with the facilitators. And so each session have been allotted 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours. So you have the opportunity to engage. Please note, this is not a workshop. This is not a workshop. This is a space that we are creating for you to ask any question, because the facilitators who are going to be speaking with you are people who have cognate experience in the areas and the spaces, that, and the sessions that we have structured in this. So we will be doing most of the sessions in syndicate groups. And my colleagues are going to notify you how we will split in groups. There are 2 halls. Some people will be here, some people will be in the other hall, because we want you to have time to ask questions and interact. Because if we do this in plenary, too many people will not have the opportunity to speak and also ask questions. And so let me thank most sincerely all our facilitators and our moderators who have accepted to do this with us. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator. But let me also thank the incredible team that has put this together. And let me invite and recognize the CLE team, if they are here, and that's our Center for Legislative Engagement. Please give them a round of applause. Some of you don't know them. So can I ask that you come to the front so they see you? Because a lot of you have not seen these people. You've only spoken with them. So you see their faces. If you have any question, feel free to contact them. Please give them a round of applause, please. Where is the other engine room? Where is Sanusi? You don't want to? You're an adjunct member of the CLE team. So these are the colleagues who have put this together. So please, some of you already know them. If you need anything and you have any question, please feel free, to draw their attention, and they will be here to support you. So thank you very much. I think with that, we have come to the end of, this closing plenary. But it cannot end if we don't invite one of the speakers to deliver very brief remarks. And we intentionally asked the Honorable Speaker from Adamawa, who is new. He's very special to us because he's also the first, the only speaker in the State House of Assemblies who is a person with disability and is also young. I know Jake is happy. And so please help me welcome the Honorable Speaker of the Adamawa State House of Assembly to come deliver very quick and brief remark. Mr. Speaker.
My honorable colleagues, our bosses, high-profile personalities here, it is with great pleasure and honor to be part of this historic convergence where young leaders elected by their peoples are coming together across to fertilize ideas on leadership, power, and politics. I must commend the organizers of this program for bringing us together, the leaders across the country, which is timely, and it will go a long way in equipping us with more leadership skills, quality that will pave way for more young politicians to be elected in future election. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my belief a forum like this will also help us to prove to Nigerians, especially our past leaders, that we are truly the leaders of tomorrow. Youth, as we all know, are the backbone of our society. We should go together with youth in discharge of our duties because they are proud of us being their representative in the state and at the national level. At this juncture, I'm optimistic that at the end of this tenure, our youth will be elected into various offices as we lead by example. Thank you very much, and God bless us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To close the opening ceremony, I'd like to invite Mr. Godwin Ekpeyong, who is the Director, Department of Protocol of the National Assembly, for the vote of thanks.
The Chairman, the Young People's Forum, Honorable Gabe Tukura, the Speaker of the Adamawa House of Assembly, members of the National Assembly, Executive Director of Yiaga, and his team, the representative of the EU, members of the Young Parliamentarians Forum here present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm the Director of Protocol, so you will agree with me, I have to do the protocol as it should be. I'm here representing the clerk to the National Assembly and also the Permanent Secretary, Interparliamentary Relations and Protocol. We house the Secretariat of the Young Parliamentary Forum. So I want to thank the Yiaga for the initiative in organizing this forum, the Convergence 5.0. Indeed, we are very grateful that they've taken up this responsibility because so much premium is placed on the legislature to drive governance in Nigeria and indeed in a democratic setting. We have the power of representatives, we have the power of the purse, we have the power of oversight in order to drive good governance. So I believe it is for this reason that Yiaga has zeroed in on you, the young parliamentarians, to be able to catalyze good governance in order to bring about the necessary development and growth of this country. The importance of this convergence, and indeed the objective of Interparliamentary Union, IPU, to create Young Parliamentarian Forum cannot be overemphasized. Young parliamentarians are encouraged to learn, unlearn, and relearn on the best practices in governance. It is expected that you will bring to bear the experience you garner from your early participation in governance to evolve and promote robust policies, plans, and programs that will engender growth and development of Nigeria. You are the needed catalyst in driving good and responsible governance in our dear country. In this light, I want to commend the Yiaga Africa for organizing this, and indeed the European Union for funding this forum. I also want to thank the resource persons being led by our dear and robust Senator Itaina. I also want to thank all the young parliamentarians that have left all their engagement at their various states to be here. I want to also thank the National Assembly for championing this cause. I particularly want to thank the chairman of the Young Parliamentary Forum in the 9th Assembly, and also want to thank the secretariat team that have been very supportive. And I want to assure you that we have a very robust secretariat so that can serve as an advisory and a support team for your impactful deliberation and activities as a young parliamentarian. So I want to encourage you to learn as you are here so that you will share the experiences you will garner here with your colleagues back at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin Ekpeyong, the representative of the Secretary, Directorate of Interparliamentary Relations and Protocol, National Assembly. For the group pictures, because of the number of everyone seated, we cannot have everyone come on stage. So I would like to invite our guests who are seated in front to please join us on the stage for group picture. Would also like to invite the deputy speakers who are here present as well from Imo State. Okay, I have some done. So we do members of the House.
Yeah.
Okay, Lawrence.
Lawrence, yes.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, sir. I'm fine, sir. He's still around, but he's not with Yiaga. He's gone back to the classroom. University of Abuja. I beg, join us. Make sure I don't want to go down.
They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge.
Thank you very much. Please, can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please? So, now we're breaking for tea. And then after tea, hello? Can I have your attention, please? So now we break for tea. And then after tea, we're going to split you into two groups where we would have two different sessions. Some will be here and some will be in the hall outside, the second ballroom. But please go for tea. And then by the time you're back, we would have done the distribution. So the time for tea, the next session will start at exactly 11:50, so 10 minutes to 12. We will commence the first technical session. Thank you.
Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They they came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership.
Neo. Okay. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back from the tour. Thank you. So welcome back from the tea break. we're starting this particular session now. So this group, you'll be here, and please, after lunch, you'll come back here for the session after lunch. So what we have done is to make the sessions very light. So we only have 2 sessions, one before lunch and one after lunch. The other members will be in the other hall. So please retain your hall so we don't confuse and have issues with locating our hall. And like we said before we went on the break, right? Please, this is not a workshop, okay? We want you to engage with the facilitators who are here, very experienced people, and feel free to ask them any question. So we don't hope to structure this as a workshop. We note that you've undergone induction programs in your State House of Assembly. If you haven't, we know that you may, but please come to this with a very open mind and also try to facilitate a conversation, okay? So let me hand over to the moderator who will introduce the key facilitator here for this discussion. We're expecting the Speaker of the Adamawa State House of Assembly to join us here. And then in the other hall, we also have another speaker who will join us. So, over.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Samson. I am Dr. Mohammed Amali. I will be moderating this session. And it's my honor and privilege to introduce to you distinguished Senator Ita Enang, who will be the facilitator for this session. And we're going to be looking at executive-legislative relationships. And there's no better person to handle this than him. Being a former legislator, being a former senator, and the senior special assistant to President Muhammadu Buhari for 4 years on executive-legislative relationships. So he's packed. And like Mr. Sampson said, this is not a presentation. As he's talking, please engage him. Whatever you want to know about the relationship between the executive arm of government and the legislative arm of government and how it will affect your jobs as legislators, he is going to be able to talk to you because he's a 2-star general because he's talking from both sides. He has been on the other side as a legislator, and then he was whisked to the other side as a member of the executive arm of government. So it's my honor and privilege once again to introduce distinguished Senator Ita Enang. I'm privileged to be sharing the same stage with him. And I'm sure after 1 hour, you will be all satisfied that everything I've said about him is true. So distinguished sir, please, the floor is yours. You can sit down and use the microphone.
Sorry, I like standing, so I hope you permit me to stand, right? Thank you very much. Let me welcome all of you. Let me welcome all of you, my colleagues. We are colleagues because I was a councillor. At age 24, I was a councillor in my local government. At age 29, I was a member of the State House of Assembly in my state, Akwa Ibom State. At 36, I was in the House of Representatives, and I served for 12 years in the House of Representatives up to 2011. And in 2011, I was elected to the Senate, and I served 4 years. And immediately after, I was appointed as presidential liaison to the National Assembly from the presidential liaison between the executive and the legislature in the to the Senate. And after that, advisor on Niger Delta before I went for the gubernatorial race in Akwa Ibom State. So I have seen all, and I welcome you, all my colleagues, to this session. I am not going to present... I'm not going to present a paper because it is not a seminar session. You've all had your orientation. And of course, in the legislature, you are expected to have much of what you need to say, offhand, and to be able to deliver, because there could be a matter that arises raised by your colleague, which you may not have brought the books. So you are expected to know the law. I'm sad sometimes because when I see legislators come to the floor, they don't come with the laws. They don't know. They don't seem to know that their job is lawmaking. And your job as a lawmaker is to make laws that will be interpreted by the judiciary. And I used to tell my colleagues in the House and every class, everybody, every assembly of persons that I opportune to speak to, that it is the laws you make that a full panel of Supreme Court justices, 7 of them, will sit wanting to think what was the intention of the legislature in making this law. So it is my view that the legislature and the legislators in Nigeria seems to undervalue themselves. Not in value in terms of prize, but value in terms of what is expected of them by the law, by the constitution, by the work they do. Because I intended to bring the full set of the laws of the Federation here, or the full set of the laws of Akwa Ibom State, or the full set of the laws of Kwara State, to ensure that you see that all those laws in those books are made by you and are deemed to be made by you, even if you came to meet them. So you are expected to be higher in terms of intellect and content more than the judges, because it is the law you make that the judges will interpret. Back to navigating the institutional and political dynamics that shape executive-legislative relationship. The issue is simple. There is one government in Nigeria. There is one government. The Constitution says that there shall be one government made up of 3 arms of government. 3 arms. And the 3 arms are the executive, headed by the governor, the legislature, led by the speaker, and the judiciary, led by the chief judge of the chief justice of the federation or chief judge of the state. So the 3 of these 3 arms of government makes the government. When we went to the House of Representatives, and at the beginning, you normally have a situation where when somebody is moving the emotion, he says, we want the government to. Meanwhile, you are the government. You are in the legislative arm of government. The president is in the executive arm of government. And the chief judge, the judiciary, is there to be in between 2 of you. Anytime one of you exceeds its bounds, he says, no, you don't. Is it one? He says, no, you don't. If you make a law that is outside your legislative competence, they tell you it is beyond your legislative competence. Now, what is the interweb? What is the web between the executive, legislature, and the judiciary? It is the governor that proclaims the inauguration of the state legislature, and the president proclaims the inauguration of the National Assembly. After proclamation, his job is over. He is to sit in his office and issue a proclamation in writing. And that proclamation will be read on the floor of the House of Assembly if it's the governor, or the National Assembly if it's the speaker, if it's the National Assembly. And after the proclamation, he is not involved in anything that happens. Does the president ever come for the inauguration of the National Assembly? No. But I know that in the State Assembly, you have the governors interfering. You have the governors driving you people in a bus to a particular location. And when they agree, they lead all of you and sit behind to make sure you have voted for the speaker he wants. Is it not? Yes, it's correct. Yes, it's correct. Even although they did it to me too in 1992, when I contested to be the deputy speaker, they waited for me to arrange all my supporters, quote unquote, my colleagues. And when I had cooked food and made them ready, I took them to Daxon Hotel in a place I thought I have. Government boss arrived. And my wife's food was there. And they carried everybody away to a place we used to call it Sony Guest House, and locked everybody in, all the members in, until the following day. And my food soured. So I'm telling you that what they are doing now is the same thing they were doing from the beginning. But we have, the Constitution has seen all this and has made a lot of changes that wouldn't allow that to happen any longer. Because at that time, you appoint the House of Rep, the clerk. The clerk was appointed by the speaker, by the governor, and everybody. But now, the clerk is appointed by the House of Assembly Service Commission or the National Assembly Service Commission. Does that happen in your house? Does that happen in your house? No. My son, please stand up. I want to recognize him. No. Please, you are my son too. This is a son of mine who served with his father. His father was the Speaker of the State House of Assembly when I was a member. I contested, but not with him again, yet, but when we impeached somebody, his father became the Speaker. Now, so I just want to recognize you. Welcome. I think he was born when we were in the State House of Assembly, so I'm old. Thank you very much. Welcome. The clerk is appointed by the governor. Is it not correct? My brother, answer. My son, answer. Okay, the former governor, he appointed, okay, don't, for the sake of protecting you. Okay. The governor appointed a clerk from the civil service. He is not a staff of the House of Assembly Service Commission. And that clerk came in and is the person that inaugurated the State House of Assembly. That's correct? And the Constitution was amended in March this year before the governor appointed the person in April. And the Constitution was amended to include the House of Assembly Commission, Service Commission as one of the state bodies. And so the House of Assembly Service Commission is recognized by the law, by the Constitution, as the only body that can appoint clerk and all the staff of the House of Assembly. The same with the National Assembly Service Commission. Are you with me? Now, it is my personal view and my view of the law that Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly is yet to be inaugurated because it has not been inaugurated by the clerk appointed by the House of Assembly Service Commission. The person, I had made a public statement that the person can be made a permanent secretary, but it cannot be a staff, it cannot be a clerk of the House of Assembly. I speak this in my position as we made the presidential implementation of a committee on autonomy of state legislature and judiciary, which prepared the Executive Order 10, which was struck down by the Supreme Court. And that, having done that, all the things we said about the autonomy, including the autonomy of the clerk and the independence in terms of funding, were elevated into the 10th, into the 5th Amendment of the Constitution. You understand? So that is the position in terms of Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly. I stand here on the national podium to state. And I want to say too, the worst situation has happened is there anybody from Nasarawa State here? Any person from Nasarawa State? Nasarawa State, under the amended Constitution, the 5th Amendment, a House of Assembly is to have a quorum of 1/3. But for the purpose of inaugural and the first sitting, all the members are to sit together. And there are to be 2/3 to form the quorum at inauguration. But the Nasarawa State House of Assembly is divided. Divided 13 on one side and 12 on one side. 13 were inaugurated on the other side and 12 was inaugurated on this side. This side was inaugurated with the governor on the governor's side. The national chairman of our party and Tankura Al-Makura are on one side, on the side of 11, a totality of 24 of them. Now, whether you inaugurate the 24, the side of the 13, or you inaugurate the side of the 11, the situation is that the House, none of them side has formed a quorum because there ought to be 2/3, that is 16 of them before you can sit. And one thing I want us to know for the purpose of the House of Assembly of Nasarawa State is that the House will sit 4 years from the date it is properly inaugurated. So even if it takes 6 months for them to resolve the issue and go and inaugurate according to what the Constitution says, when the next governor is inaugurated, the House of Assembly that will be inaugurated that time will sit 6 months, and the newly elected legislators will not be inaugurated until these people have completed their 4 years. So, it's a constitutional, not crisis, constitutional question. And why have I brought out this? It is brought out because you are legislators. You are the persons who has to do much of the thinking. Finally, in closing this, before I leave the floor, the executive-legislative relations is because the governor proclaims the sitting of the legislature, and after that, he drops out. The clerk inaugurates the legislature, presides over the election of the presiding officers, not principal officers. I know by now you know the difference between presiding officers and the principal officers. Presiding officers, they judge the speaker and the deputy speaker, Senate president and the deputy Senate president. The other ones who are party leaders are just part of the principal officers. After that, the legislature makes laws, and before that bill becomes a law, it must be signed by the governor. So that is the web. The chief judge swears in the governor. Is that not correct? Meanwhile, the governor nominates the chief judge to the legislature for confirmation. So each arm of government has a role to play in the coming into effect, in the coming to life of the other arm of government. That is the basis of the executive-legislature relationship. And the law would have allowed them to operate like that. But for the purpose of one being briefed on the other, that's where you have the presidential liaison, or you have the political advisor legislative in the state houses of assembly who liaise between the legislature and the judiciary. And to make sure that the system is certain, the judiciary has power to set aside any of the law that is made by the National House of Assembly outside its jurisdictional legislative competence, or to caution the governor and set aside any action of the governor taken, which ought to be taken by the legislature if it is outside its own executive competence. Thank you very much, and let's take from there.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Yiaga. Like we said earlier, it's going to be an interactive session. But before we go, I'm going to fire the first shot at the distinguished senator. 2 weeks ago, I was delivering a paper to the Bauchi and Plateau State Houses of Assembly member select. And we were talking about this same thing, executive-legislative relationships. And I did tell the legislators that they are the main problem we have. Main problem in the sense that they have kind of sold their own birthright to the executive arm of government. And I told them that if any of them makes any statement that is untoward to the Plateau State Governor or the Bauchi State Governor, before they leave the hall, the governor would have heard that Honorable ABC had said something about you. And it's not supposed to be so. So why I said I'll fire the first shot at distinguished senator. Senator, sir, in these executive-legislative relations, the Saraki-led National Assembly and the Ahmed Lawan-led National Assembly gives us two contrasting views of how the relationship should be. One was construed as some people think that the Saraki-led Assembly was a very good assembly, they checked the precedent, and other people think that the last one was a rubber stamp assembly, which agreed with everything the president said. Now, in the doctrine of separation of powers does not mean that the two arms of government, those two arms of government should be fighting with each other. It just means that there should be checks and balances. Unfortunately, we construe checks and balances to mean fighting. When you fight, you can never make any progress. But when you are too comfortable as well, then there can't be progress. So, sir, in your own experience, these honorable members will also want to know, what do you think is better? What we had with the Saraki Assembly, where almost everything was a battle between the executive and the legislative arm of government, or what we had with the Ahmed Lawan Senate, where almost everything that went from the president was almost approved, so to say. So because the Army Allowance Senate has said that they have been the most productive Senate since we came back to democracy. But the public perception nowadays is that they were a rubber stamp assembly. So what do you think, sir? What's your view on this?
My view will be, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Both legislature, the 8th and the 9th Assembly had their own peculiarities. You remember that the under the Saraki-led legislature, I was the presidential liaison. I was the person that managed the relationship. And I think that is the toughest job I've ever had in my life. And the toughest job I wouldn't wish my enemy. Because it was a situation where that you do like what Frederick Forsyth would call the devil's alternative. Either way I choose, the devil, somebody must die. So I had to adopt a principle of keeping silent on most issues that would go public, only to manage it behind, on the desk of, between His Excellency President Buhari, Emeritus, and the Saraki. You remember that the Saraki leadership emerged out of the run of play. Emerged not like the Lawan executive leadership, the 9th Assembly, where the party and everybody had input. The Saraki situation emerged as a result of the alliance between APC faction and PDP alliance. So that you had the APC producing the Senate President and the PDP producing the Deputy Senate President in the person of Ike Ekweremadu, His Excellency Ike Ekweremadu, as the Deputy President of the Senate. So there was an element of the minority party wanting to exert their influence. And of course, they had the next presiding officer. And of course, there was the APC government at that time was just coming in. It had not been in power. And so there were issues that some persons who worked in the executive were not very conversant, that you needed to discuss some of these issues with the leadership of the legislature before it comes to the parliament. What we call front loading. Like for instance, budget. I arranged, and I normally arranged, that before you have budget, there must be an agreement between the executive and the legislature. The leadership of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The principal officer, the presiding officer before the principal officers. And when you do that, before you bring the budget to the floor, you have discussed and agreed with them. Now, the Lawan Senate had that advantage because the Senate President Lawan, the Deputy Senate President, as it were all emerged from the run of play in accordance with what the party wanted. Comes up, they always discuss it at the caucus of the party before it is brought. And when they discuss and have an agreement, the duty of the presiding officer is to preside and defend what they had agreed at the caucus with the president. The duty of the Senate leader, whip, is to lead that the discussion and the agreement is what they had agreed at the caucus of the party. The duty of the whip is to whip the members of their party into line with what was agreed with the executive. The duty of the whip and the deputy whips is to also lobby members of the minority party to support what the president, the executive has brought. So that is why you had a more compliant legislature under Lawan as against that of Saraki. And of course, under the Saraki situation, please I'll soon conclude, there was also the political heat. And so there was amity at the beginning. But in the course of it, you remember Saraki defected to the PDP. The the Speaker of the House, Honorable Dogara, defected from APC that elected him to the PDP. And so you had a legislature led fully by the minority, an executive led fully by the majority party. And so there was definitely the tension. So both of them were right. But concluding, the best legislature we've had in this country was the 4th or 5th under Gali Umana Abba. I was the chairman of Rules and Business Committee. Gali Umana Abba was the speaker, having succeeded Buhari. And the Oyi of Oyi, Dr. Chuba Okadigbo, was the president of the Senate. And so whatever we wanted done, whatever the executive wanted, which was against the interest of the legislature, we were able to stand up and say no. We stood up and said no. So that was a legislature where there was full independence of the judiciary, of the legislature, and the full independence, and at a point of convergence, you had interdependence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished. Like we said, it's going to be interactive. So I'm going to be moving around with the microphone. Anyone that wants to say anything should please indicate by raising up his hands, and we'll take it from there. Okay. Please introduce yourself and then.
Distinguished Senator, our facilitators, honorable colleagues, good afternoon. I am Kabiru Dauda. I represent Gada East constituency in the Sokoto State House of Assembly. I am the second-term member of All Progressive Congress. I want to use this opportunity to commend the distinguished senator for sharing us with these experiences. I want to inform you that it is the reality between the executive and legislators. It is also, there is a problem between the executive and the legislative. Number one is, as distinguished senators already explained, there is agreement between the legislator and the executive as in the National Assembly. As well, in the State House of Assembly, there is no good rapport between the legislator and the executive arm of government. No good yes? Rapport. Yes, in some House of Assembly. It is because if we come to the issue of budget presentation to the State House of Assembly, there is no any representative that is going to represent the budget before the Honorable House in some House of Assembly. Another issue is that, say that again. I said in some State House of Assembly, there is no representative of the State House of Assembly regarding the budget presentation when it is, before it is presented into the Honorable House. That means, what I mean here is, during the budget preparation, in some House of Assembly, there is no representative of such House of Assembly. This one is another gap. It is because, as we are a representative of the people, any constituency, it has different special needs. Maybe the priority of government is they want to improve the security or empowerment, water supply, transport. Well, in other constituency, it is not the problem which affect that constituency. So it is good to call on the State House of Assembly to send its representative preparation the budget, budget preparation. It is because that is the opportunity which we are going to have to put our input so that we are going to represent it into the House of Assembly. Another issue is that in some state house of assembly or in Nigeria, there is no financial autonomy. It is the major issue. That is why the executive are doing whatever they want to do. You do not have any power because you are financially handicapped. Without wasting much of time, I'll be end here for the sake of time. Thank you, distinguished Senator. Thank you, honorable colleagues.
And please, let me plead with the facilitator. Yes. This is a main question. This is a main question. And let us discuss this now. Do we agree? Please let us pause everything and discuss this. I'm sure this worries everybody. Let me say that for history's sake, it was me, Senator Ifyong Bob, Honorable Ifyong Bob as Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Weme Kanem, his father Ifyong Bob, he was the Speaker. We are the only State House of Assembly in 1992-93 that passed the State Legislature and State Judiciary Self-Accounting Bill in 1992, and it is still there in the Act. And when I came to the legislature, and in the course of it, before I went to the legislature, I saw when a governor went to take a car from a judge, sent soldiers to go and withdraw official car from a judge because the judge delivered judgment against the state government and ordered the parking of the property of the state government. He sent a car to go and park those properties, the car. Sent soldiers to come and withdraw the car of Justice Utubodofia of blessed memory. I was in court, and we all decided that the judge is not going to take any car. We're going to trek with him and block the road. We'll walk with him to his house. Justice Utubodofia, we did it, 1992-93. This is the question of autonomy of the judiciary and the legislature. When I came to the National Assembly, I fought this, I couldn't succeed. As advisor to the president, they passed amendment to the Section 121 of the Constitution, which allowed independence of the state legislature and state judiciary. I worked with the body of state chief judges and the Conference of Speakers, and we set up a presidential committee on the autonomy of state legislature and state judiciary. I constituted the committee. I'm the executive secretary of that. I'm the secretary of that committee. The Attorney General of the Federation is the chairman. It's made up of the representative of the, let me not worry about the representative, let me go to this thing. So we worked on this. It is on the basis of that I drafted with the Minister of Justice Executive Order 10, which provided how the monies of the state is to be shared during budget. We provided for a committee of the Finance Committee, made up of the representative of the executive, that is the Commissioner for Finance and Accountant General, representative of the legislature, made up of the clerk and the secretary of the House of Assembly Service Commission, and the person in charge of finance. Then the judiciary, made up of the chief registrar and one other person, secretary of the House of the Judicial Service Committee of the state, to form the Finance Committee. The governors took me to court. They took the president and us to the Supreme Court, that the Executive Order 10 should be set aside. So they went and they defeated us. The court set aside Executive Order 10. We now went back through the appropriate channel and elevated everything that we needed done in the Executive Order 10 into the Constitution Amendment. And we amended the Constitution. You know how we amended the Constitution? At that time, the governors were very busy trying to survive in the electoral process. So they weren't looking well. And they were not, some of them had done second term, so they were not interested what their successors would come to first. Third, the Houses of Assembly were looking for it. And so they just said, agreed somehow. And they passed all of it. They consented to all of it. So everything we needed in the Executive Order 10, which was set aside by the Supreme Court, we brought it into the amendment of the Constitution. And I have it here. I'm going to read to you. That is for the purpose of the budget and how you are protected by the amended Constitution. before I go there, I will also state what we did in the National Assembly, which is the foundation of constituency project. When Okonjo-Iweala, as minister, and other persons used to bring budget, and they say, you have to pass the budget as it is. This is what the president wants. So we asked him, look, we are the people who will go back for election. Where is the project for us here? We stopped and refused to pass the budget. So that was when we introduced constituency project. So we now had an agreement with the executive that, please, when you are doing your budget, give us some allowance, some money. That is not figures, so that we impute it to the budget. So that they will give you the figure, you will impute it into the budget as the budget of your constituency. That was the history. But for the purpose of the budget now, you are fully autonomous. And it is left for you to take this autonomy or to get out of the house. Go home. And don't tell anybody that the governor did not allow you. Go home. Resign. Let your people send another person that will be bold enough. In my time, when the governor did that, we wrote and issued impeachment against the governor. We didn't treat impeachment. We filed impeachment against the governor. As small as we were 29 years. That was 29 years. You know? So, this, you don't have excuse on this constitutional amendment. It says, subsection 121 of the principle is told by substituting for subsection 3, a new subsection 1. Any amount standing to the credit of a state house of assembly of a state in the consolidated revenue fund of the state shall be paid directly into the account of the assembly. Directly. The judiciary of a state in the consolidated revenue fund of the state shall be paid directly to the heads of court concerned. Now, there are 3 courts or 2 courts. There is the High Court, there is the Magistrate Court, there is the Sharia Court of Appeal, and the Customary Court of Appeal. The money for the State High Court or the Sharia Court of Appeal is not paid to the Chief Registrar or the Chief Judge. It's not paid to that account because each of them has to answer for themselves. Inserting after any subsection 3. For the purpose of section 3, there is established for each state federation a disbursement committee comprising, this is the cocoa of the matter, which answers all the questions you have. When the money comes to the federation, from the federation account, in addition to internally generated revenue, there is a committee to share the money. It is not a committee set up by the state. It's not a committee set up by the president. It is a committee set up by the Constitution. The same Constitution that says that they shall be entitled to that money has set up this committee on how that money is to be disbursed. And so the governor has no more choice over this matter. It says, for the purpose of this, the disbursement committee comprising the Commissioner of Finance of the state as chairman, Accountant General of the state, representative of the state budget office or ministry, Chief Registrar of the High Court of the state, Chief Registrar of the Revenue Court of the state, where applicable, Chief Registrar of Sharia Court of Appeal, where applicable, Chief Registrar of the Customary Court, and so on, the Secretary of the State Judicial Service Commission, the officer in charge of finance in the House of Assembly. All monies due to the House of Assembly of the state and the judiciary of the state for capital and recurrent expenditure shall be paid by the state Accountant General into the House of Assembly and the state of the state and judiciary of the state account in monthly installments respectively. The monies due to the House of Assembly of a state and the judiciary of a state shall be the amount appropriated in the appropriation law of the state for that year. It is you that is going to make the appropriation law. It is you that is going to determine what the House of Assembly is to have. It is you that is going to put it in the budget and then take it for the governor to assent. If the governor refuses to assent, the governor cannot override you. It is only you that can override the governor. The governor cannot impeach you. He can only stop you from coming back by one process or the other. He can't remove you. But it's better to do the right thing. I have always done the right thing, and nobody was able to stop me. Now, the next one is, the monthly installment shall be determined by apportioning the approved budget on figures by 12 equal installments. By 12 equal installments, adjusted to reflect the ratio of the gross allocation from Federation Account Allocation Committee and internally generated revenue on the approved budget. Sometimes the governor does not want to bring the internally generated revenue to be known. He gives it to a consultant, and the consultant only accounts to him. But this other constitution, not law by you, is not law of your House of Assembly. It is the constitution. He is bound. He is not obliged. He is not compelled. He is bound to bring the internally generated revenue into the purse and account to the state, our House of Assembly. Now, where the gross allocation from Federation Account Committee and internally generated revenue in any month is lower than the budget amount for the month, the amount due to the House of Assembly of the state and the judiciary of the state shall be paid on a pro rata basis. That is what it means is, if for this month, the amount they have received from Federation Account Internal Revenue is not enough, they now say, okay, each arm take 80%. So if the executive takes 80%, you, the legislature, will also take 80%. The judiciary will also take 80%. So the governor does not have a right to say, okay, legislature, wait, I have a debt to pay. You also have debt to pay to your constituents and the things to do. Please, I'll be very brief on this. I'm just reading. This is the most important aspect of this interaction. It shall be paid pro rata. That is, you divide not equally. If you are entitled to 80 billion, whatever, just pro rata. Then, where there is an increase in the subsequent income of the state, in any previous shortfall, shall be paid in arrears to the House of Assembly of the state and the judiciary of the state. That is, the money that was not able to pay last month because the money was not enough. The Constitution says, when the money comes now from subsidy removal and so on, he shall pay that arrears to you. Now, the Accountant General of the state shall furnish the disbursement committee with gross inflows from Federation Account Allocation Committee and Internal Generated Revenue not later than 7 days. 7 days, not 1 month. He shall furnish you with 7 days, not later than after the Federation Account Allocation Committee meeting for the month. That is, after 7 days, he has to make it laid to you. Now, the commissioner responsible for finance and the Accountant General of the state shall, pursuant to subsection 3B, make full disclosure of all revenues that accrue to the state and release the funds to the House of Assembly of the state and the judiciary of the state, not later than 1 week after the funds have become due. That is, after coming back, he furnishes you within 7 days and must give you your money within 7 days. He doesn't come to give you in your houses. He pays it into the account. Just the same day that the money of the executive is hitting the executive account, that same day and hour, it must hit your own account. It must hit the account of the judiciary also, that same minute. That same minute. And within 7 days. So they no more have discretion on answering on dismemberment and cheating the State House of Assembly. Thank you very much.
So that was a lecture on constitutional law. So as legislators, arm yourselves with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished alteration, that was fifth of alteration. Yes. So arm yourselves with a copy of the Constitution, and you will not fall short. The gain is political will. Do you have the political will to actualize what the distinguished senator just said? And I know the answer. I'm not going to be telling you the answer. We all know the answer. So someone was raising his hand up there, yeah? Please introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Honorable Shamsuddin Hassan. I represent Talata Mafara North constituency from Zamfara State. Distinguished Senator, sir, a father, a mentor. Before I proceed with my contribution, because mine is not a question, it's a contribution, I would like to commend the organizers of this program for giving us this great opportunity to have a one-on-one interaction with a great mentor like you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I think, sir, you only discussed about the financial autonomy which my colleague from Sokoto raised. But there is another thing he said about the budget, about our constituents, the needs of our constituents that needs to be inserted into the budget. What he said was, we need a representative in the executive where, when they are doing the budget, before presenting it to the House, that our interests and the interests of our constituents will be in the budget before even presenting it to the House. So mine is not a question, as I said earlier, it's just a contribution. I have been the chairman of Finance and Appropriation, I think, for over 3 years. What we do here is, you don't need any representative in the executive while they are preparing their budget, because at the end of the day, they will present it to the floor of the House. And there is what we call IFSA-SIFSTA standard budget, IFSA-SIFSTA compliance budget. If it is introduced in your state, there are some certain procedures which you must follow before you pass that budget into law, before you give it a third reading in the Honorable House. That is, there's what we call town hall. Is it town hall they call it? You must go back to your constituency, your constituents, and they must inform the House of Assembly. All the House of Assembly, invitation will be sent to you, even your logistics, to your constituency. You will go back there, you will make sure that all the needs of your constituents are being inserted into the budget at the level of the Ministry of Budget, before even presenting it to the floor of the House. If that proves abortive, it will also be presented into the House, into the hallowed chamber. Why I said you don't need a representative in the executive is that because the budget will be referred to Committee on Finance and Appropriation for scrutiny. And every member of the State House of Assembly is a chairman of one committee or another. And you are either, you are deputizing a committee or member of some other committees. Therefore, from there in the State House of Assembly, after the first reading, second reading, before giving it to the third reading, during the scrutiny processes where the ministers will be coming for their budget defense, you can insert the needs of your constituents there. So anything you want at the State House of Assembly during the scrutiny of the budget defense, I think you can do it. So there is, I don't think there is need for any representative in the executive. Once the budget is being brought before the floor of the House, you can do whatsoever you want at the interest of your constituents. Thank you.
I think he deserves a louder round of applause. That was a very good contribution. Thank you. So,
thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And I'm glad that there is a House of Assembly that can do an addition to the budget that is brought by the state. And every House of Assembly should be able to have that boldness to add something to the House, to the budget. But in addition to that, there is what we call in the National Assembly front-loading the budget. It's part of what he has said. Now, if you have interest in a matter that is in works, you work with the chairman of the Works Committee, who will be relating with the Commissioner for Works. He will say, okay, we don't have so much funds available for that, but if you're entitled to something in power, if you're entitled to something in power, you can give up your interest in power, remove the fund there, and then put it in the works area while it is being considered. You understand, at the executive level, before the budget is brought to the House. So you do front loading. That is, and what he has said does not exclude, and does not include rather, your constituency project. But what the National Assembly does now is to have you send your constituency project in advance to the budget office, and they put it in the column called regional intervention project, regional intervention project, and so on. And that is why for the execution, that is why the Ministry of Special Duties was established under Senator Akume, then as Minister of Special Duties. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. You can see the distinguished senator has an answer for everything. I told you from the beginning. So you're in the right place. Ladies in the House, I've not heard you. What's going on? I say I've not heard you. You're communicating. All right.
Where is my mentee? I have a mentee, Shitu from Kwara State. Oh, okay. He's my mentee.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على نبي الكريم. My name is Honorable Usman Abakar Tasiu Kiru, member representing Kiru constituency from Kano State. My distinguished senator, our father, our mentor, really thank you for coming to join us. And we thank the organizers of this event, the Yiaga, and my honorable members. My distinguished senator, I want to ask, or I want you to give us an advice about what you have just finished about the Constitution for the financial autonomy. Sir, I want you to help us and guide us on how to go and contact or meet our executive so that it won't be an enemy to the state and to the governor itself on how to handle the issue. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know this is how to survive politically, right? Yes. How to survive politically. If you think more of your survival, you won't do the right thing. You won't do the right thing. I share the rules and business, scrutiny, in the era of the best speaker in the State House in the National Assembly, you know, Gali Mana Abba. And we knew that somebody will be a victim. If you see Galina Abba today, he's respected everywhere. And when we mention his name, you clap for him, isn't it? It is because of standing straight that the president, then, Obasanjo, made sure he did not come back. I was also a target, but I was defended by my state governor, Obongata, because we did what we thought was right. By God's grace, I survived. So don't think more of your survival. Today, Gali Umano Abba, who did not come back to the House of Representatives, is better respected than those who came back 3 times. He has established a name and a pedigree. So sometimes for a sacrifice, you must establish a pedigree. But what I want to do now is that I'm going to relate, we always work with the Conference of Speakers. We are going to work with the Conference of Speakers of the State House of Assembly. And I will pray, Yiaga Africa is the coordinator here. Coordinator, Yiaga Africa. Yeah, okay. Please, I want to urge Yiaga Africa, if it is part of your mandate, to arrange a conference between us, the State Houses of Assembly, with Conference of Speakers and the judiciary. For us, working with the Presidential Implementation Committee, which is in abeyance, because I had to write with the Attorney General Algon just to give a report to the immediate past president, and the report is at the villa. So that we can have a conference with the Conference of Speakers, then Governors Forum, and the heads of the judiciary, and the Parliamentary Staff Association on how to implement the provision of this amendment without causing injury as a unified program acceptable to the Conference of Speakers and acceptable to the Governors Forum in a manner that nobody will be a victim, so that it will come as an agreed situation. That is how we did before we arrived at Executive Order 10. And after arriving at that, they now surreptitiously took us to court.
Distinguished Senator and my dear leader, my dear colleague, standing before you is Honorable Selina Isotu Ukpatu. member representing the good, the ugly, and the bad people of Ikoroba 16 Obolo State Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Mine is a question. Distinguished Senator and my leader, this is a very pressing question. How do you navigate? How do you be a good representative to your people when you're handling 2 local governments and your colleagues are handling 1 local government, where your salary, your impress, everything that comes, do not recognize the fact that you're handling 2 or 3 local governments? How can you go back and how can you take the dividends of democracy to your people in good faith? Thank you.
It's a pressing question indeed.
Can you mention the names of the local government you represent in your constituency?
Ikorobasi, Eastern Obolo State Constituency.
Good. Ikorobasi, that excludes Mparenin. Is Mparenin there? There's another representative. Okay, that is where Uwemekanem represented Ikorobasi. Uwemekanem represented Ikorobasi. And James Dan James represented Eastern Obolo. James and James were the smallest, were the youngest and the smallest parliamentarians in our house. So I remember all them. Now, it's not a problem. It's not a problem at all but you are constituencied according to population. When Mparenin was cut from Ikorobasi, now Eastern Obolo, Ikorobasi alone couldn't stand as a constituency. It had to be merged with Eastern Obolo. That is James Dan James constituency. There was somebody that represented Ukbumminya then in our State House of Assembly. All I'm saying is that I really know the area. I'm from Akwa Ibom State. I was in the State House of Assembly. Now, how do you handle that? You have the understanding of the speaker. You work closely with the appropriation committee. You become very friendly with the commissioners, those who are doing budgets. You just don't think that you are going to the House of Assembly. This is for everybody. You work with them in the State House of Assembly, in the ministries. You work with them in the ministries. And then you make sure that some of those things are inserted into the budget of the ministries. You don't go into the budget, into the House, thinking that you are just going to make law. You will be chairman of a committee. And as chairman of a committee, your colleagues in other committees will want something in your committee, isn't it? While you give them something in your committee, the committee you chair, you also request them to put something for you in the committee they also chair. Is that not correct? Yes. That is you, but not for the not in general distorting the budget. And work with the executive. There is something that I do as a legislator. I do not believe that my job is to make law. I believe that my job is to bring projects. But if you want to bring projects for the purpose of having contract and making money, they will not get it done. How I did it was, I will just put the project there, and they will just award it to anybody, but it will come to be done in my constituency. If you want them to award it to you, they will not do it. And next time you want them to give it, they will not put project for you. Because some of the commissioners or ministers have their own allocation they have as their own. Sometimes they can put a project using their own money for you, but they will want to award it to the contractor they wanted. Some of them normally give me their project. Because I say, come and do it in my place. The money meant for them. They come and do it in my place. I was one of the most successful in terms of power. When I was in the House of Representatives, only about 7% of the constituents in my area had lights. But by the time I left, I had over 85% of my entire constituency had light through rural electrification. Because I worked with the ministries. And some people who had some of these projects from Lagos, from other areas, who did not need rural electrification because they were from a very urban area, the entire Southwest. So sometimes I will get that project. They come and do it in my constituency. They come and do it in my place. But it was meant for them. And sometimes when I have a project, I will exchange my own project for their project. I hope I make sense. Thank you very much.
Yeah, distinguished, I think there's a part of the honorable member's question you missed out. And the honorable member said she's receiving the same salary and impressed with somebody who has less job than her.
Yeah.
So I think there's an angle to that question.
Okay.
So do you really think that
Okay.
should be the case?
I will
Because
answer that.
this happens in places like Kano State, for example. The senator representing Kano State or the House of Representatives representing Kano State has a lot of constituents under him. And then you see somebody from another state, like, no disrespect, but maybe even my own state, Benue, and he has much less. But they get the same, and I think that's what she was saying. So do you think that we should, because we go by representation, yes, that's how, do you think we should have a station whereby they earn more and get more because they have to do more? That's what she's saying.
Thank you very much. Your salary is determined by the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission. And you are paid as a constituent. Nobody's salary will be higher than the other. You are not expected to use your salaries only to service your constituents. You are not. It is expected that you left a profession, a job, a calling to come into the legislature. You are supposed to keep your second address. You are supposed to keep your second address. That is, you are supposed to do many more things to keep yourself busy and earn living in other directions. I'm a lawyer. And because I knew that what we were paid wasn't going to, we were paid 3,000 something or 2,000 something. 2,000 something, 2,000 and something naira. And when we came to the House of Representatives, we were started at the salary of 15,000 naira in the House of Representatives. 15,000 naira, yes. About that. Now, in the State House of Assembly, as a lawyer, I was not supposed to be in practice. But I made the House understand that the job is part-time, but it wasn't correct. Because I didn't want to leave going to court to make my money. Whatever business you were doing that you used in funding your election, keep that business going, because that is the one you'll come back to meet, and that is the one that will feed you. It is what you do. It is what you do that you will use in servicing your constituencies, your constituents. It is not what you earn from the legislature. It is not your salary. It is what you earn. You also work with the ministries. They can favor you with one project or the other. You also have, with the private sector, relate with them. You can use that opportunity to improve your business. Your salary is not for just your because it's not enough for you. I'll conclude by saying, if your salary, as a member of the National Assembly now, everything put together, I think it's 800 and something thousand. My salary as advisor to the president was 826. And by the time they remove every 826,000 naira, a minister earned about 54,000 higher than me. I earned 54,000 lower than a minister. You are not entitled to a car. You're not entitled to anything. And my salary of what all my staff I had to maintain was double that. But what did I do? What am I doing? I was in my practice. I made sure my practice and my law firm was going on. I make sure that I was attracting patronage. I make sure that I kept and maintained my clientele. You know, I made sure I improved upon it. I was in the National Assembly in 2014, 2015, when I applied for SAN, for SILK, to be made a senior advocate of Nigeria, on the basis of what I've done, on the basis of my contribution to the development of the law. Are you with me? And I applied again in 2016, because I was still active in in areas of earning a living in the legislative and legal field. I did not abandon it. I was not only earning what I was paid. So as a legislator, make sure you don't sack any of your staff who was working with you before you got into the legislature. If it becomes necessary to do, let it be that another job is going. Don't close down your business because you are going to the legislature. The money they pay you in the legislature cannot sustain you after the legislature.
Thank you.
Even in the legislature.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dominic Ezerioha. I represent the good people of Oru West in Imo State House of Assembly the second time. Yes. Sir, I've met you, I think this is the second time I'm seeing you for a program of this nature. And I'm privileged to ask you these questions today. And I hope you permit me to ask you these questions. From your last topic, or your last discussion, you made mention of do not leave the job that brought you into the elective position. That's the summary of what I got. No problem, sir. I'm still coming there. Yes. Your time, before I go there, you made mention of Nasarawa State's 13 members and 11 members. And you concluded that they have not been inaugurated. Okay, sir. Can I take a leave to say I disagree with that? Thank you, sir. Today is not a seminar, neither is it a conference. We're told when we're coming here that it's a convergence of legislators coming to adhere to what you will give to us, and we will also give what we feel that will also help all of us here. Do you also agree that we're 2/3 of 24 members, that is 16, by virtue of what is recognized in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to make it 2/3? Do you believe that where the 16 are not gathered, and there is a concept or belief of grief between both sides, and 13 members, a letter was written, whether it was forged or not, bringing in 3 members' name to the clerk, that they are sick? Can that 13 members not supposed to be seen as inaugurated in law? I want you to note them so you answer them one after the other, sir. Am I making sense, sir? That's one. In summarizing that one, it's unfortunate that the Deputy Speaker of Nasarawa State is in the other side. I would have wanted them to be here, so some of us will now know whether they are not even members yet. Yes, it's unfortunate they are not here, they are there. Can I go on, sir? So, on that note, I want to conclude as a lawyer that they have been inaugurated. Now, my second question is, during your time, sir, you were one-time councillor and a House of Assembly, and a 3-term or 2-term House of Rep, and a 1-time senator. And you didn't end there. You went further to do above the scenarios of every statistics in legislature by making you to be a liaison officer between the president and that of the National Assembly, probably the Senate. And after then, you were made an advisor to the president on legislative matters. I followed you very well because I was one time an SA in your state as an Igbo man. I was a senior advisor to your brother, Barrister VUK Iyanam, which is Victor Ukwakaiso Iyanam, the then Attorney General and Commissioner of your state, who was my principal in Lagos before I move on. During that period, I know your antecedents. You played a very vital role in legislature and making people to meet up together. Will you at any time make any law or advise the president the role of the legislature and the judiciary, where a governor gets what he wants, where the president gets what he wants? Or is there any law you made, or would you have made a law that any member that wants to contest any position in Nigeria should first of all show his first address as where he works, so to avoid we getting looters and 419ers in this system? That's my second question. The third question, sir. Do you think that a House of Assembly member or members who won election on a platform of a political party with the governor, because during your time, you guys were doing so many things that the governor cannot take charge of you. But where we contested election with governors and we won with them, and you see a member, 20 members winning as against 23, that 20 is with the governor. Do you think that those members will rise in any way to challenge that government? Like my final question, sir. If you, sir, were made the governor of Akwa Ibom State, which I know by the grace of God you may get it. If you were made the governor of Akwa Ibom State in 2023, would you have allowed the members of the House of Assembly to go to a hotel by themselves, select their speaker, and come to that day and choose their speaker for you? Would you have taken that? Thank you, sir.
And I will forever stand for the independence of the legislature. How will I do? How will I relate with my legislature? I will tell them, I will work with them and show them the political calculation of the state. Are you with me? That I am from this zone or this block or this ethnic group. The deputy speaker is from, the deputy governor is from the other block. Please be inclusive by ensuring that the speaker comes from the other third block so that they will all feel a sense of inclusion. Because as governor, I own all. 1. 2, I would tell them, after that, make the deputy speaker to come from use that as indices to choose and do other things in the other offices in the legislature. I would. So, and I would have also ensured that they have not a measure of independence, but absolute independence. Governors fail because they think they are all powerful. Governors fail because they think that everything is in their head. I would allow the State House of Assembly. I would not speak like governor says, like governors will say, my House of Assembly. Why do you say so? Why is it your House of Assembly? Governor will say, my House of Assembly. I will allow the State House of Assembly to function and debate and bring up any issue which they feel I have done wrong or what should be done right. Because that is the only means that I will know how the public is thinking and how I will be assessed. Because I'm not in everywhere to know what everybody's problem is. My commissioners will want to tell me what pleases me. It is only the legislators that will want to say what is happening in the streets. So I will allow the House of Assembly to be free.
Don't you think it is good as a governor, your political opponents, if you allow your House of Assembly, although you said you will not call them your House of Assembly, and you allow them to function how they are supposed to function, don't you think your political opponents can take hold of those members and maybe impeach you from office. Because in 2015, when Buhari came on board and said, I don't have anything to do with who emerges as the Senate President or the Speaker, I think he regretted that. I think going forward, he regretted, and that's why he corrected it in 2019. So don't you think if you take this stance, do you think our legislators have the political will to do the right thing as it is? Yes, that's what
I correct you. The situation was not that Buhari was not interested. The party had zeroed in, not Buhari, on Lawan. But Lawan, APC, just came into power, and most of the actors in APC had been used to managing the House of Assembly. So they took the group that was to vote for Lawan to International Conference Center to have a final meeting with them before they can come in to vote Lawan. But the proclamation issued by the president had said 10 o'clock at the National Assembly. And when a proclamation is issued by the president or the governor, it cannot be late by 1 second. And so those who were smarter knew that the proclamation is law, and they went to the National Assembly. That is how the choice of the party, Lawan, did not mature in 2015. Now, what you will do, there is a way you work with the House of Assembly, and they will not allow anybody to go against your interest, because you allow them express themselves to have honor in the public, to have also honor with your constituents. Sometimes they will have to abuse you in public for the pleasure of their constituents. Then you will be having meetings and caucus meetings with them. You'll be having meetings with them, at private sessions. And then you have agreement. Sometimes you even agree for them to abuse you so that you will hear what the public is thinking about your government. You don't hold it against any of them. Now, your second issue was that you disagree with me that the House of Assembly has been properly inaugurated because, please, Nasarawa, please, can I hear you on the status of your house, on the configuration of your House of Assembly? I welcome you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Distinguished Senator.
I'm very happy because I've been looking for one of you
to
hear this thing from.
Yes, I'm one of the deputy speakers in Nasarawa State.
Good.
Yes.
Everybody now will bear you witness.
I will get there. Like you have rightly said, I think the question here is, one house please, the question here is, from what I can gather is, are we duly inaugurated or not?
Yeah.
Constitutionally...
Have you been inaugurated at all?
Have we been inaugurated? Yes, we have been inaugurated. That is why I am the deputy speaker.
Yeah.
And I was inaugurated in the complex. No, you should listen to me first, my brother. Constitutionally, inauguration happens after the governor or the president has issued a proclamation, which must contain 3 important variables: date, time, and venue. The proclamation contained date 6 June, time 10 a.m., venue State Assembly Complex. We were in the State Assembly Complex since 3 a.m. because we learned the house was already divided. We are the house of 13 and the other 11 members that were with His Excellency. So we learned they were going to inaugurate.
Excellency, that is the governor?
Yes, that is the governor.
11 is with the governor?
Yes, in the government house.
In the government house?
Yes.
And you are with the national chairman and Almakura? Okay, that's all right. Go ahead.
So we camped ourselves and we paraded out. We marched to the assembly complex since 3 a.m. to wait for 10 o'clock.
Because you heard that they were going to lock the place.
We heard that they will go in and inaugurate themselves before us. Okay. And even in jungle justice, when you put 11 and you put 13, I think 13 is more than 11. Good. So when we went there, both of us were denied access. We were told until 9 o'clock. We were there around 3 a.m. Around 5 a.m. they came. They also denied access. So they left and went back to the government house. So while we were around
They were denied access by who?
By security agencies there.
At the instance of who?
Order from above.
Okay.
because it was not mentioned. So until around 2 p.m., we were there since 3 a.m. to 2 p.m. That is more than 12 hours. We were there. We now learned there's another inauguration going on in the Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy, which they claimed, and it has never been any assembly, they claimed it was the former House of Assembly. But meanwhile, on the proclamation, we contained 3 important variables: venue, time, and date, stated where we were, and we were there in good time. So even in previous High Court judgments, which has given a member from the day you are elected, that house as your house, even you go through the ceiling or through the tunnel or however, we found our way through the fence. And we were in the house.
We did it before in the National Assembly.
Yes, we are copying from, we are learning from you people.
Even in the State House of Assembly.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you, even in the State House of Assembly, yes, we were driven when we wanted to, when we wanted to impeach the governor. The governor sent 2 of his people, Assam and Senator Nietzsche Okun, led by Attorney General James Essien, and they came and drove us into the ravine. We ran into the ravine, and when their men had left, we came back from the trenches. So we've seen all. Go ahead.
So that has been the case so far, so good. Today we are deputy speaker, tomorrow we are not deputy speaker, today we are speaker, tomorrow we are not speaker. But all this thing is not what we were voted for.
Yes.
We came in for good representation. As far as I'm concerned, for myself, sir,
yes,
and my honorable colleagues, this is just a piece of advice. It is not about, as far as we are concerned, there is no going to be progress in Nigeria until the executive take away their interest from the legislature.
Yes.
You were asking him, what if somebody you do not want emerges as speaker? How will the system work? If you are doing the right thing, the system will work. It is as simple as that. When you allow the president or the governor, as a speaker or as a member of the House of Assembly, you are not under the governor. You are an independent arm of government, as the executive is an independent arm of government. So the governor cannot come and decide what bill you pass or what happens. But lastly, with our current situation in Nasarawa State, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, as a young man, I just turned 27 last month. I've made history. I'm a first timer. And from the opposition, I'm from PDP in Nasarawa State, and the ruling party is APC. And I have agreed to go with the government for peaceful coexistence. Because when we keep pushing, where are we pushing to? These people that voted for us, after 4 years, if we are not able to bring dividends of democracy, they'll get tired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, I am standing up. Please, come. I apologize. Please come. Please sit there. You sit here. After you come, sit there. I want to stand with you. Look, I speak as a lawyer of 39 years, and 39 years, I've been 39 by office, and 38 years at the bar. Yes, I'm a lawyer of 38 years at the bar. And I hold the highest record in the legislature in this country. I'm the only Nigerian thus far. I'm the only Nigerian thus far who has gone from the lowest rung of the legislature to the highest. I was the scribe of the Student Union Parliament in University of Calabar. On account of my advocacy and ruggedness, I was rusticated by the university for defending the students as the scribe of parliament. But by God's grace, another vice chancellor came and readmitted me after I was sent out by the university. I became a councillor at 24 in my local government. 3-time member of the State House of Assembly. A member of the State House of Assembly at 29. 3 times in the House of Representatives. 1 term in the House. And I proceeded, by God's grace, to be advisor to the president on the legislature. I speak on my honor and my limited knowledge of the law that the Nasarawa State House of Assembly has no legislature, and it has not been inaugurated. And the only term the Nasarawa State House of Assembly cannot approve budget, whichever faction cannot approve budget, it cannot approve commissioners, it cannot approve anything for the governor. And Therefore, the Nasarawa state government is not properly constituted. Let me read to you amendment of section March this year, the 5th alteration, which says that, okay, the first one I want to read is the one that increased the state executive bodies. Who appointed the clerk of the State House of Assembly? Yes. Appointed your clerk. Okay. Which clerk inaugurated your own session? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Use this one. There's a clerk, there is a deputy clerk, and there are acting clerks.
Yeah.
In the absence of a clerk, there's always a deputy clerk. And in the absence of a deputy, there are acting clerks.
Okay.
So the point you are trying to make, sorry to interrupt you, is due to the 5th alteration, it has extended the quorum to two-thirds.
To
two-thirds.
Yes.
So both camps have not made the quorum.
So you are with me?
Yes.
I've defeated you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But excuse me, no. One last thing.
Yes.
But let me argue on this. That is why you people in laws have said there's always a lacuna to debate. All of us were there. They intentionally left. So 24 of us were there present.
Yes.
Then 11 intentionally absconded.
Yes.
So it means we are
whatever it is, the House of Assembly was not inaugurated with 2/3 of the members present.
Excuse me, sir.
No.
Question. Sorry. Sorry. We are 24. You rightly said the proclamation is not to exceed even a second.
Yes.
And then, like it has happened before, intentionally some members refuse to meet the quorum, to not allow democracy prevail. As a lawyer, sir, what do you advise?
My advice is this. The proclamation of the governor is on. The venue is set. If there is power from above that prevented some people from joining you, that power from above must give way. Because the Constitution knew that power of above would be there. But it said that there will be that inauguration. And the Constitution says in the amendment, the 5th alteration, says the quorum of the State House of Assembly and the Senate is 1/3. Isn't it? The quorum is 1/3 standard. But he had to add 1A by amending to say, for the purpose of the inaugural and first sitting, again, for the purpose of the inaugural and first sitting of the House of Assembly of a state, the quorum shall be at least 2/3 of all the members elect of the House of Assembly of the state. Now, the amendment in the Senate and the House of Reps says, for the purpose of the inaugural and first sitting of the Senate or the House of Representatives, the quorum shall be at least 2/3 of all the members elect. Now, let me tell you the history of this amendment. The history of this amendment is 2015, when some members of PDP, with some others from APC, agreed that they will vote for Saraki as Senate President in APC and Senator Ike Ekwuremadu in PDP as deputy. And the clerk then had altered the standing orders in between the period of the dissolution of the 7th Assembly and the inauguration of the 8th Assembly. That is why the Constitution has also been amended, that for the purpose of inauguration, it is the immediate past, it is the standing orders used by immediate past House that is going to be made. All because of the Saraki Ekwuremadu conundrum. Now, at the time that the clerk started inauguration and voting for the nomination for Saraki and Ekwuremadu, the House was just about 1/3. And so at that time, for him, he had a quorum. And the other group were in International Conference Center, trying to come. And in politics, they also found a way to block them and make sure there was artificial roadblock in some places so that they couldn't arrive in time. before they came in, it was time for them to, the other people voted. So that is why we amended this. So for the purpose of the inaugural, you don't have any excuse. The Constitution did not say, provided that there is no powers that be. No. If you are not inaugurated, you are not inaugurated. The Constitution saw this. We saw this before we inserted this. And so it is no excuse. And I say you, that is why I said I stand directly in front of you. Tell everybody in your group that Nasarawa State House of Assembly has not been inaugurated. And under the Constitution, any day that you are inaugurated with all of you sitting together, that is when your 4 years will start. That is when your 4 years will start. And you will sit 4 years. And so when the next set is inaugurated, they will wait. You will act, the next set will act as you people now, will act as the legislature for the next governor until you people have done your 4 years. So you people should find a way and resolve this thing early. The Constitution did not create excuse. Thank you. Sorry, please. Thank you. I apologize.
Sir, we have different point of views.
Very well, very well. But you have agreed with me that. Okay. So what? Wait for the High Court.
So we are slowly rounding down. So please, anybody that is taking a question now, please make it very, very snappy. Please, we do not want another lecture. Yeah, just before that, let me.
Mr. Senator, dear colleagues, my name is Honorable Kabiru Dahir Sule, representing Tarauni constituency from Kano State. Mine is more of an advice and a contribution to all the members that are here. We all have been elected by our people, by our constituents, in order to represent them. There are people who don't have voices. They have elected us so that we will be their voices. There are people who are people with disability. They have elected us so that we will stand and represent them and bring forth the change that they needed, and because they believe in us, that's why we have been elected. So my advice is this issue of battling between the governance, legislators, and judiciary, we need to come together. We are all here because the interest of the people comes first, not our own interest. We should always put the interest of the people first, then our interest. That is the only way that we can coexist together and work in a way that it's going to benefit our people. And last but not the least, after 4 years, if we are not able to do anything, our people are not going to elect us back into the office. We should put this at the back of our minds. And we should also know that if we only depend on our constituency or the committees that we are going to work in or committees that we are going to be in as a means of or ways of whereby we'll be able to help our constituents, whereby we'll bring the positive change needed to promote and to bring progress to the community, then definitely we need to rethink where we are going, and we need to rethink the direction we are going. We need to look at international communities who are willing to come in and help the community. We need to look at, there are a lot of different ways whereby we have organizations in our constituents who we can go in, speak with them. There is what they call corporate social responsibility. I believe if we work with this organization, they will come in, they will give a help hand, whereby we will be able to achieve our desired goals, and we will be able to promote and bring the positive change. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
My dear Senator, distinguished colleagues, I want, first of all, to thank you for your time here. Maybe you must have forgotten, when you were in the Senate, I've reached out to you when I had an NGO. I remember you gave me some useful encouragement. I still have your number on my phone since then, and I've been sending you 1 or 2 messages, but you can't place the face. I would want to know, do you have books? Do you have reference materials? Because looking at your political journey and the success thus far, I think, let me say, you've been able to make it politically. And it will be an inspiration and a role model that I would want to represent like you did. Go like 2 times in the State House of Assembly, even on the reps 2 times also, and maybe in the Senate too. Is that not a good prayer? So would want to know if we have reference materials from you where we can see the nuggets that we could use, because you have to look at those who have succeeded before you and know the things that they've done right. Then secondly, most times you see people saying you should go to the house if they don't, if the governor is doing this, the executive is doing this, you should rebel, you should do this. But sincerely, I found out that some of the people who have been rebels, I've always seen that they've been on the losing end. They've been on the losing end. At the end of the day, just like you were saying, the reward or the accolades or the encomium that you have is that they will say, this one, when he or she was there, he or she was always fighting and all of that. That's just the only reward. But you found out that in that scenario, those who have always come out to stand up or to speak out against injustice, they've always been on the losing end. So I'd want to know, in this instance, and we know people always say rule of law, this is that, those things, now that we are government, just like you were saying, that we even have the legislative power, that we are the lawmakers. But you found out that these things, most times, we're always helpless. So I would want to know, what advice would you give in such situations whereby you say, okay, if the governor does not agree, go and do this, go and do that. You find out that sometimes, most times, those who have done that before us, they've not have any headway. So I would want to know what advice you would give in that. And then again, I've noticed too in the area of bills, you find out that sometimes that these bills are just being passed just for the fun of it. Everybody will always go, let me go, let it be that I've passed bills, I've done that. You see that the implementation or even the enforcement of those bills is always at snail pace, or at the end of the day is not even, it doesn't see you don't see it being, they don't walk the talk. So those are impediments. We want to know what advice, what suggestions you will give going forward. And again, I would want to know, apart from Yiaga Africa and this conference, do you have other conferences that people can listen to your wealth of experience? Thank you. And also, the advice I'm giving to our colleagues too, that in trying to make yourself relevant, I don't really think it's a good thing for one to go and be fighting the government. I believe that there are ways, through dialogue, through diplomacy, that one can bring us superior arguments. Because at the end of the day, your people are looking up to you for you to deliver. And sometimes it's not always through force and through war that we can always have our day. So I wish us a successful conference here, and we look forward to having more. My name is Honorable Nkechi Ogbuefi. I'm the member representing Anyocha 1 constituency, which happens to be Peter Obi's constituency, and I'm the only female legislator in my House of Assembly, Anambra State. Thank you.
And you are obedient, Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator and honorable colleagues. My name is Right Honorable Safas Diako. I want to share an experience with you that I think is going to be beneficial. We have the primary role of representing our people. And aside that, we have as young people the responsibility of ensuring that the structures of government and democracy in this country are built. are strong. I don't understand where this fear of rising up for yourself and for your people is coming from. The legislature as an arm of government is independent. And so if the responsibility of deciding the principal officers of the legislature were to be done by the executive, the Constitution would have clearly spelled that. And so it is okay that the executive would want, as leaders of various political parties, have their ideologies and what they want to do in office. But coming out clearly to decide or cajole people into electing principal officers of their choice in the various legislatures is not really the right thing. And so I think as legislators, that is our primary responsibility. We should decide. And if they have an interest at any point, that is where politics comes in. You should lobby your members and talk to them rather than going the way things are going now. I am talking relative to the fears my two colleagues have expressed, standing against powers that be and stuff. In fact, your responsibility as a legislator is to go there and check the executive first. In the last assembly, that's the 9th assembly, I won under ADC. And we were 30. Now 2 constituencies have been added and we are 32. I was the only person who supported the alterations accommodating the local government autonomy bill. Out of the 30, I was the only person. And our governor at that time, Samuel Otom, vehemently stood against it. And that was the clamor of every Nigerian at that time. Was I supposed to just sit back and look because my governor didn't want that? No. What is this fear coming from? You can survive even if you are, and then posterity will be fair to you. I want to encourage all of you that there are times that dialogue does not work. There are times that you do not even have the audience of people who feel that they should decide for this country at every point. You must stand up for yourself. When you cannot negotiate, your voice should be heard and heard very loudly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
So, please, before we go forward, distinguished sir, she wants her question answered before we forget.
Yes. Let me answer her question, larging on the response by the member of the House of Assembly of Benue State. House of Assembly, Benue State, right? Congratulations. My dear Obedient, may there never come a time in this country and in the world where the legislature will work hand in glove with the executive. And I repeat, may there never come a time where the legislature will work hand in glove with the executive. That is in such a manner that, and if that time comes, the people should be afraid and they should throw out the legislature. The legislature is not supposed to be, the legislature is the intellectual arm of government. The legislature is the first arm of government. The legislature is the most powerful arm of government. The legislature is to legislate for the executive to implement. The legislature is the only arm of government that can do something to the executive. The executive cannot dissolve the legislature, but the legislature can impeach the executive. So if you don't stand up, I have stood up long to defend the legislature. You, the legislature, must also learn to stand up and defend yourselves. You understand? Now, I heard the honorable lady said we must work with the government to support the government. What is the government? The government is the governor and the executive, you and the House of Assembly and the judiciary. That is the government. So all of you are in government, performing different roles. And one thing we don't know is that whenever executive sends something to you, you think that the executive sends it for you to pass. No. The executive is sending you a raw material, a material to think about, a material to work on, a material to say yes or no, a material to look whether in the drafting that the Minister of Justice has done, whether they have taken care of the power, whether the drafting, what the Attorney General or the proposer of that bill has drafted, whether it has given him power of the president. in that bill. So you are to look at that bill, approve it or reject it. When he sends names for you to approve as commissioners or board members, he's not asking you to approve the names. He's asking you to find out, one, is this person qualified to be a commissioner? And to be qualified to be a commissioner, he must be qualified to be a member of the State House of Assembly. And to be qualified, you must be 25 years. Is it not? Now, has he had any conviction? 2, has he complied with every other? 3, 4, has he resigned from the job that he was doing before within the time that is allowed? All those things. So you don't just do like sometimes our State House of Assembly, after us, used to do. They will bring a list of commissioners. They will put it in the envelope. They will lay it on the table. He is laughing because it is their house. They will lay it on the table. In the same envelope it was. And the clerk and the speaker the gavel will go and they have approved. No. Because you have not. Your Hansard will not be able to say his name, his qualification, whether you have not. Sometimes you don't even call them to ask questions. They say a table, that is in my language, that is Oga says. You don't do that. I'm sorry, I'm not inciting you. But I'm encouraging you to stand up. The Constitution will not be as bulky as this. We will not make all these amendments we've made if you were not going through these kind of problems. All these amendments we've made is to try to set you free to be able to do your job and exercise your powers. I think I want to stop here.
Okay, just to add to the distinguished, my honorable obedience. You said that anytime the rebels are always ending up on the losing side.
No.
I don't think that's true.
That's not true.
They don't end up on the losing side because they may end up on the losing side materially. They may not get material gains, but there's also gain in a good name. Yeah. There's also gain in a good name. And
you will also say that they have applause, but nothing, no?
Yes, and you also, I'm a lecturer's son, and they say the lecturer's reward is in heaven. So maybe that's why I'm talking in this line. So a good name, as they say, is better than gold. You may not drive the flashy cars, but if you stand out, somebody is going to refer to you one day and say, she was always erring on the side of truth. It may not be you today, but your child may benefit from it. So please, honorable members, do not shake, do not feel that, okay, because the other person, he talked about Gali Umar Naba as the best speaker. Gali Umar Naba is not living in luxury today. He's not. He's not living in any kind of luxury. And there are people who were not even near him in legislative competence who are living in luxury because they compromised. So if you look at those kind of people, you say, why would I want to be a Gali Naba? Why would I want to be so-so person? But we have called Gali Umar Naba's name here 5, 6, 7, 8 times already. That alone is a good legacy to leave behind. So please do not ever think that you are on the losing side because you are on the side of truth. You said you are an obedient. So there's no... That answers it all. You know on the mantra on which your principal is running. You know the mantra.
Yes.
You know the mantra.
Yes. Yes, it's a material.
Okay.
Not because it's a compromise.
No, she's talking about materials. Whether you have materials.
Okay, my materials.
Because she wants to copy your journey.
I apologize. I am assembling my presentation just like I've made today. Those written ones is soon. I have been so busy, I haven't had time. But I will take it very serious that I will compile them and publish. It's not going to be my life history. It's not going to be my story. So you are not going to have what encourages you. But sometimes I think some people are offering to write my story. But please let me tell you, the obedient, that when you stand on the side of truth, your people, the party and your governor may not want you. Another party may want you. Are you with me? His father, my brother, was the Speaker of the State House of Assembly. Was the Deputy Speaker while I was Chairman of Rules and Business. When the governor called him, when we saw something wrong in what the military government did, and they told him, the father, to drop this thing. Governor told him, that is, who are you? He said, I'm elected by my people. That is F. Young Bob. And he didn't die. After that, the next government that came, he was made Attorney General. Later, his record sent him to the Senate. I succeeded his father in the Senate. I took over the father's seat in the Senate. It was after his father that I went to the Senate. So you don't always die because you have sought to do the right thing. After leaving the House of Assembly, I went back to my practice. I was nominated for the Constituent Assembly in my absence because I stood out in the State House of Assembly. My people nominated me, but when the age qualification came, I wasn't qualified, so I didn't go to that Constituent Assembly. But my name stood out well. And in the House of Representatives, I was elected 4 times, but I served 3 times. Because I have always, in 2003, because of fighting for onshore-offshore dichotomy, President Obasanjo, myself and Senator Udoma said that we are not going to repeat, going back to the Senate. Udoma to the Senate and House. Obongata said 2 people must go back first, Senator Honorable Tainang and Senator Udoma. They sent us back. You understand? And in the 3rd term, in 2007, I did not contest for the House of Representatives. I contested for Senate against his father. But I was given automatic nomination back to the House of Representatives by the party because of the way I stood, even against the party. Even against the party. The party said they want person of certain standing. They gave me automatic nomination. I want to, Oga, you will soon fade out. You will soon fade out, and you won't be reckoned. I apologize, I'm not inciting you, but I'm just telling you my story. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator, my fellow members, my name is Engineer Isubella Aliu, member representing the good people of Nasarawa Local Government, Kano State. What I want to add here is what my honorable colleague said. It's just the fade out of people that fought for their constituency between the government and the legislative. What I'm adding here is just we are from Kano, we are victims. Everybody know the ex-governor of Kano State, Ganduji, where they liaised with the legislative and did many things which were...
So you are NSP.
Yes.
And you did not succumb to what you didn't like.
Yes.
You moved to another party.
Yes.
So where your party thinks that you have done wrong, and the people thought you've done right, and you moved to another party, you will always win.
What I'm...
If it was Afghan and NNPP, which was the ruling
What I'm trying to say here is...
If Peter Obi did not throw a revolution and revolutionize the mind of Nigerians and your people, he wouldn't have sat on that seat. So don't think that way at all. Throw away 95% of what you have thought about. Only keep 5%.
I'm giving an example. My party is new, just 8 months, but you can see how far we go. We have at least almost 2/3 of the house in Kano, and you see how we throw the ruling governor, Ganduji, which that time was, he has gone. But that time, you know, the time he collected dollar and put inside his babariga, there is the speaker then was his boy, and almost, I think 30 to 34 members are with him. They set a committee to investigate the governor. All they are his boys. Nothing has gone on. I'm telling you, I'm going to give you another example with Senator Barrow Jibrin. I know you know him. He was there with Galina Abba when there was, and presently he's the Deputy Senate President of Nigeria. So if he hasn't fight and go, he couldn't have found himself as where he is today. And you see our heroes that pass. Most of them, they leave legacy. They didn't leave money. But anytime they're mentioning the heroes, people like Mala Aminu Kanu, people like, what do I call him? I forget him. From Lagos. No. Yes, Jakonde and June 12th for Abiola. You see, Abiola have already passed, but his name is still there. They have to even adjust the Independence Day to the day he passed away. You see, this is merit. There's something and this politics, if you are not ready to fight, you have to stay aside. Thank you very much.
So we are just, yes, we are concluding now. And my friends, the Kwankwasia guys from Kano, I commend your efforts in Kano. And now that you are in power, you were talking about Ganduje. I hope if the current governor deviates from what Kwankwasia stands for, I hope you people will stand up to him. Exactly. That's my prayer. So your loyalty should not be to him. Your loyalty should be for what is right and the principles of what your movement stands for. On that note, everybody, I will be rounding up. Again, my name is Dr. Mohammed Amali. It has been a very interactive session. Like I told you at the beginning of it all, we have, sorry, one house, please. We have a gold mine of legislative, executive relations here. And everybody, there's nobody here that will tell me he has not been satisfied with what we have done here today. Distinguished Senator Itayanang, thank you very much. It has been a very robust experience. My honorable legislators, thank you very much because you gave back as you got as well. On that note, I'll be calling a day on this session. Thank you very much and have a good day. Bye.
Elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates, they came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we
Hello? Hello? Okay, I think it's better now. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Yes, my name is Dr. Bethel Uzoma Ihuba. I'm the head of Legal Studies Division at the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. I'll be working with you guys today as the moderator for the other stops and ends. But before I continue, let me invite the facilitators, the people that will be speaking on these issues today. These are veterans in the legislative business. They will tell us their experiences and guide us on how to apply those tools. As an academic who have written on the same issue for a while, I also make my own contributions and I ask questions that may be raised. So please permit me to, with utmost respect, invite to this forum Honorable Tunde Olatunji, former member of Osun State House of Assembly. Honorable sir, please can you give him a round of applause? You're most welcome, sir. Also, the second facilitator with us today is another veteran, Honorable Simon Karu. Honorable sir, a round of applause for him, please. You're most welcome, sir. Two honorables will be speaking on the same issue, same topic. How we are going to proceed, honorable sirs? We'll hear from Honorable Tunde Olatunji, then from Honorable Simon. Then we'll have our questions and comments. We'll ask questions to them on all issues at the same time. Please, let's be brief to the point whenever we have questions, so we can give other people opportunity to also make their own comments. It's not a court session. As the title says, Convergence, for us to exchange experience, learn from each other, learn from their mistakes, and from our own mistakes too. So it's not an opportunity to get one over the other person, just to strengthen our capacities when we get back to the assembly. Honorable sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to say good afternoon to all my colleagues here, and I appreciate the organizers of this very important program, the Convergence, for doing this. Well, the topic we're supposed to rub minds and discuss is one that is arguably one of the most critical role of the legislature. You know, looking at the history of the legislature itself, legislature did not come in place because there was need to really make laws. That wasn't even the historical essence of the modern day parliament. What led to the formation of the parliament itself was because the people felt there was need to be part of how they are governed. They want to be able to ask questions. If you look at the oldest parliament in the world today, which is the British Parliament, it wasn't because people felt they needed to have an arm of government called the legislature. It was as a result of the fact that the people challenged the authority of the monarch by saying, if we are paying tax to you, we want to know how our tax are being spent. We want to know the basis for arriving at what the taxes are all about. So we can say by inference, without any fear of contradiction, that oversight function is perhaps the foundational responsibility or the duty of the parliament itself. Then as time goes on, lawmaking became part of it, which is very crucial today. Being representative of the people is very important. the quasi-judicial role of the parliament is also one. And I think one of the few areas that had appeared controversial over time, one of the few areas where you must expect to see challenges, one of the few areas that the executive arm of government would want to engage you or frown at some of the things or feel uncomfortable with one of the things you do is when you want to have an effective oversight. And you must be prepared. There's no one who has access to power that would not to an extent want it to be absolute. There's virtually no one. And if we look through evolution of democracy itself, even in Nigeria, we have had terms like executive rascality. We've had terms like legislative recklessness, and it has also been used interchangeably. And these are terms that come out when you see any of those arms of government wanting to have a sense of absolute control of the power. And so, in my 8 years experience of the legislature, one of the areas that's of most interest to me is when it comes to the oversight function. Because it's one of the areas that you'll be able to distinguish yourself, you set yourself aside. Laws are good, but you don't just make laws for the fun of making laws. Laws must be made when there is need for laws to be made. But oversight function is a function you begin to carry out from day one in the parliament, and it's an everyday business. But in doing this, we must ensure that the purpose and the intention of wanting to carry out the oversight are clearly understood. We must be able to prove that we actually have the capacity to engage on some of the things we engage in. It is always very good for you to avoid falling for some, little challenges that may eventually even consume if you go into, a particular oversight function without the mindset of wanting to ensure that you're actually there to oversee, to make the system to be better. One thing I tell the executive arm of government is that if it's about democracy, the people will continue to be the common denominator and the center of it. So there's no reason why there won't be need for us to come together, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, if we are serving the people. So we must be prepared to ask the right questions. We must make sure that before we even embark on any oversight, we are armed with the facts. One of the areas where challenges come is because going into some oversight function at times might actually mean you have to study so hard. You might need to leverage on the expertise of people who are professionals, so that when you are taking up this assignment, people will know that you are speaking from an informed perspective. It doesn't appear like your intentions cannot be clearly defined. You don't begin to appear like you are doing it for the fun of it or the ulterior motives behind what you do. People will attempt to make you look like you don't know what we are doing. People will frown at some of the things you do. But once you are determined, once you know why you are in it, once you know what you are going for, it's going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be challenging, but you will love what you do. I remember about 6 years ago, I needed to carry out an investigation on the environmental impact of steel manufacturing in my state. Some steel manufacturers were coming to the state. Yes, they are coming to create jobs. They're coming to help the wealth creation of our state, paying taxes to us. But they were not using the best equipment for steel manufacturing. So the impact of their processes was wreaking more havoc on the people. It was damaging the environment, creating health problems for the people. And it became so serious, and I took that upon myself. And they're largely Indian guys who had access to all the resources, and they were ready to fight anybody they needed to fight. But because I'm also aware of the fact that I don't want anybody that will make a mess of whatever I'm actually trying to portray, I needed to work with a team of researchers from one of the universities in my state. And before I even raised this motion on the floor, I was harmed with the analysis of the impact of what they do. There was scientific data to back it up. I've gotten the opinions of experts in environmental impact assessment. I was harmed with the necessary report on what they do. I got documents from the World Health Organizations that shows the impact of the activity on the environment, the short term, the medium term, and the long term. So eventually when it came up, the usual way, the first thing they were saying is that, no, are they going to tell us how to manufacture? We are in your state to create jobs, and then someone in the legislature is saying we should shut down, all of that. But I was harmed, I was prepared. When the public hearing eventually started, and I began to make the documents available, I was speaking to those documents. I went as far as getting one of the major media outlets in the country to do a coverage of the activity in the middle of the night. Because what they do is, when they are manufacturing during the day, there is a very big equipment that they work with, but that equipment consumes a lot of power. So it's actually supposed to filter what goes into the air, but there's a way they bypass it. So when they are working during the day, they will give the impression that they are working with all in the full capacity of the equipment. But when they start working at night, then the damage is done. And 90% of what they do happens at night. But I work with channels, and there was a discrete coverage of the activity in the middle of the night. So right there on the floor, when we got to some point, I was like, no, this is what we do, this is what New Australia is. I said, well, I think to support what we're here to do today, we also like to play a clip. And they saw themselves live and direct on screen, showcase what they do. So that made the job easier. It wasn't going to be easy, because we must understand that the executive will always want to challenge you from asking questions. You don't have to be confrontational. You just need to prove that you know what you are doing. Everybody will eventually succumb to a superior argument. And I listened to the later part of the last discussion. And yeah, some of the questions that comes up when we have this kind of gatherings, what will my governor say? How will the minister feel? These are questions that will come to me. And I've had cause to tell people. I've seen a situation where an entire parliament didn't even return in the state. A sort of tsunami. So the fact that you become your governor's boy does not mean you are going to come back. We've seen best of hands having cause not to return. It won't be the end of life, but you can be rest assured that whatever you have sown will naturally come back to you. The best thing is for us to build our capacity for the job we are taking up. The best thing for us is to ensure that we want to distinguish ourselves. We must know that we are going to do ourselves a whole lot of good when we are able to actually prove that, of course, this job, we're good at it. And it's going to take a whole lot of our time. It's going to call for attention. We really need to leverage on expertise of other people. We must be willing to get to work with a team of people who would have expertise in the area that's of interest to us. If I'm not a medical doctor, for instance, or if I don't have background in medicine, and I want to carry out an assignment that's in the field of medicine, the ideal thing for me to do is to, before going on here and start talking, I need to have engaged with the expert in the field so that, I'm well abreast. Because one of the things the legislature does is that it wants you to know at least something about virtually everything. Because there's no restriction as to the area of the human life that you would have to discharge your responsibility and roles. And so, part of the things we need to do is to build our capacity, and this is one of the things Yiaga is trying to do. In addition to building our capacity, is that we must be ready to ensure that the intent and the purpose is clearly defined when we go into it. And we must be prepared for whatever but once the intention is right, we must be prepared for it. I tell people that Nigeria may not be where it should be, but it's also not where it used to be. Some of us are here today because Nigeria is changing. Some of us are here today because the people are getting more sensitive and they are beginning to show interest in who governs them and how they are governed. And I tell you, it can't get worse. It can only get better. And that's supposed to tell us that eventually the people would side. When I had at the end of my first tenure in office, the way and manner and the approach of my, been a bit, I won't say radical, but just wanting not to be a conformist to anything because it's just my party. I wasn't ready to be a conformist. I wanted to be on the right path at all. So I felt, I may not be able to return, and I was prepared. But it was surprising to me that I did not only return, I returned with a wider margin than the first election that I conducted. And it was because the people were a bit sensitive to some of the steps we were taking, to some of the decisions we were making. And these are the things I want us to have at the back of our minds. One of the areas that will actually give us the name, that will actually distinguish us, is in carrying out effective oversight functions. And I tell people, particularly those who will be fortunate to chair a committee or the other, committee is not a one-man show if you want to get the best out of it. Some chairmen will run committee as if they are the alpha and omega of the committee. You must leverage on the capacity of your members. That is the starting point. Every member of that committee is vital to your success. It's vital to the success of the committee. But if you attempt to monopolize whatever the committee is doing eventually, if you engage in some oversight function, you may shoot yourself in the leg. So we must start by appreciating the people that are going to work with us. The same thing with the secretariat. One thing with the secretariat is that they represent something you call the institutional memory. And so if you had come into an office, you are there as an honorable member, fine, beautiful. But some of these guys, they have been there before we came in. They have 30 to 35 years to spend. We are just going to come. Even if you return 3 times, that's just 12 years. It's going to be a fraction of the length of years you have to stay. So by the time you recognize the fact that they are also going to play a critical role in some of the things you do, you'll be so amazed at some of the ideas they will give to you. You'll be so impressed. And once they know that your intention is right, once they understand the kind of character that you have, once they know that integrity is there, it will make it easier for them to also want to work with you. Yes, some will come with ideas that might actually mislead you, but once they know what to stand for and what to represent, they will on their own begin to fine-tune the kind of ideas they bring to you. And so the human resources that is needed to carry out an oversight function is very, very crucial. Then, there are agencies we can talk to in case you want to engage in an assignment in a particular area that you think you need the expertise. There are CSOs that will be willing to volunteer their services and support what you're trying to do. Some of them can assist you, they can give you the technical support to get your job done. We must be able to engage some of these CSOs. Then again is that learn to also communicate with people who had passed through that same area and they have been able to distinguish themselves. There's always one or two things we can learn. There's always one or two things we can copy so that you don't have to necessarily go through the stress of wanting to start it all over again. But I can say, that the legislature still remains one of the best ways that you can serve the people and you can really, distinguish yourself in governance. One of the founders of the American Constitution said something that, why do we even need government? He said, it's because men are not angels. Because if men were angels, no government would be necessary. And that if it is angels that will govern men, then of course there won't be need for any external or internal control. But when you want to inform in a government that men will have to administer or will have to govern over men, there are two challenges. You must enable the government to be able to control the governed. You must equally ensure that the government is able to control itself, and that's where the legislature comes in. So once you take away the legislature from government, there is no government. Some people at times say, you see some legislature making position and say, it's because of the government. Without the legislature, there's no government. That's why even in the Constitution, the legislature comes before the executive comes before the judiciary, because that's the foundation. Even in the military regime, you still have the courts functioning. So the military does not mean non-existence of the judiciary arm of government. Even when you have military in place, there will still be a decrees to substitute for the laws. So if you have military take over anywhere, the only arm of government that will be suspended is the legislature. So that means the symbol of true democracy is actually the legislature. And that's why the legislature must continue to play this very critical and vital role. And in doing this, it is not just about the symbol of it, but it's about the people that populate the legislature. We have that duty to ensure that we continue to raise the bar of good governance, that we continue to ensure there are checks and balances in place, because at the end of the day, eventually it's going to save us. We've seen a situation where the abuse of power by an executive, by the leader of the executive arm of government, will eventually consume everybody, either by virtue of change in the governor or the president, and then you see the ripple effect on everyone. So why don't we come together and ensure that we protect this governance, so that at the end of the day, the executive is able to discharge its duty without abuses, and the legislature is also able to carry out its duty without disappointing the people who had put us there, because eventually the power belongs to the people. We are only acting on behalf of the people because we are the accredited representative of the people. And of course, the people will eventually have to always decide, what they want, how they want it, and by intention, the future of every political actor or anyone who's privileged to serve and represent the people. So let me stop here so that we can give time for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Sir. Yeah, just a recap of what is discussed now. As a legislator, one of your key role, your major role, is that of oversight. For the State of Assembly, that is in Section 128 of the Constitution. It gives you the power to invite any person, from the governor to the cleaner, whoever is spending government money, whoever is involved in the management of government money, whoever is acting in a way that impacts on the people. It's your power to invite them for investigation, to ask questions on how those things are being done. The essence is to ensure that the law you are making, to make input in the law you are making, help you improve on the law, whether the law is working very well or is not working very well. And also to expose corruption. If there's corruption, yours is to expose, not to try. You expose, the executive might take it up. But let me just do a recap of what is discussed. For you to be able to work very well as a legislator, carry out your oversight function, you need to have the capacity. You need to be properly trained. You need to have the capacity to understand what you are doing. Second, you need to have your facts. You don't ask questions for questions' sake. Be sure you've gathered enough facts. Be sure you have the evidence before you. So when you are asking questions, you are presenting your facts. It makes your questions unassailable. It makes any recommendations you are making to stand on grounds of facts. And people will have more respect. The government, the executive have respect for what you are saying. They know you are not just a rabble-rouser. Provide yourself for opportunity for training. There's always avenues for training. Professors still go on to take training, especially for those of you here, you are all young legislators. I suspect some of you here are just this is your first time. So please understand that you need to be trained. And you may be trained by the clerk in your, or the secretary in your office. Like he said, they have the institutional memory. They probably have been there for the past 20 years, 30 years. They know how these things are done. They don't have the capacity to represent their constituencies, but they have the capacity to tell you step by step, even the order of the house is carried out. Conduct proper investigation. Don't just hear rumors, statements being made, then you jump into it. So that nobody sets you up. If you are too emotive, you might be set up just for them to come and embarrass you. Just like what he did proper investigation. He asked people to go on the night and video what was happening. They have records. So please, have records. Gather information. So when you come out to the floor of the House or the committee and you raise issue, you have facts before you. Then recognize that, yes, the legislature is part of government. The government constitutes of the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. Government is not the executive only. You are part of the government. Recognize that, and you have a level of independence. In fact, I shouldn't say level. You have independence. So you're not nobody. You're not nobody's boy. You are of the three arms of government. The legislature is the key one that represents the people, as is rightly stated. Whenever the military comes into power, what they do first is they take care of the legislature. So recognize that role, and that should give you some boldness to carry out whatever functions you tend to take, especially that of the oversight. So these are some of the things he said, some of the tools you should gather, you should prepare yourself for. Whenever you're involved, you're going to be involving in oversight. As a committee member, as a committee chairman, you definitely need these tools to work effectively. So on that note, please, may I now invite Honorable Simon Caro to make your own contribution, sir.
Very much. I think it's a common theory that is used in government when you say absolute power corrupts absolutely. And legislative oversight is one of those activities that legitimizes the functions of the legislature over the executive and also the judiciary. So it is one of the most essential tools that helps in the checks and balances of power under the principle of separations of power. In carrying out legislative oversight, it is either a periodic or administrative oversight that you do. It is expected that legislators or committees conduct oversights at least twice annually to every department, parastatal, or agency that that particular committee oversights. And then another form of oversight is the investigative oversight, which the legislatures also get to do. It comes with a lot of drama. That's where you find, particularly in the National Assembly, legislators summoning heads of agencies or heads of parastatals to conduct investigative oversight functions. So these are legislative oversight is a very essential tool in the entire life cycle of a legislator. The key opportunities that it provides opportunities for the legislators to also represent their people. It is an opportunity where you get to understand the activities of government, and you also get to understand the extent of performance of certain agencies and even ministries. You get to know the various departments. You get to know the various activities that are being conducted in those agencies. There are quite a number of examples that I could also share. From my experience during legislative oversight, I was the Deputy Chairman, Human Rights Committee. And it was during one of our oversight functions that we got to know that the Human Rights Commission has a call center where people could report activities of human rights abuses. But we never got to know, we were never informed about it. And it was during such an exercise that we had to make recommendations on how to popularize and make that arm of the agency to be very much known to the public for people to actually get to engage on that. And there were other existing agencies we never knew that existed in one of the, particularly during one of our oversight functions in the Ministry of Agri. A lot of times people concentrate on the big agencies not knowing that there are other smaller operational departments that exist that support also the activities of communities and also the people you represent. So legislative oversight has a broad opportunity for you to also represent your people and also for you as a legislator to discharge your duties. Because one of the main functions of a legislator is, yeah, to make laws, but oversight is one of the principal factors for you to actually get to ensure that what is established in the Constitution, what is established in the policies, or the establishment of such organizations are actually conducted and done appropriately to that extent.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, let me just do a recap. Yes, you would, like he said, it's also an opportunity. Being involved in oversight is also an opportunity for you to learn, to know actually what is happening in governance. Like he said, he wasn't aware that the Human Rights Commission had a call center. So perhaps when he's asking what do they do with the money allocated to them, he will now realize actually the money is being used for a particular function. And how that function is being carried, that's one of the roles you as legislator you play. So it's an opportunity for you to demonstrate the idea or the concept, the principle of separation of powers. You are checking the other arm of government, but even the judiciary, even yourselves, the activities you carried out, how were they carried out? There was, in the first session, there was issue about a constituency project. And there was discussion on how you get involved in it. That is a very tricky area because when you are too involved, there is something you breach the idea of separation of powers. How do you actually carry out proper oversight on a project which is being, so to say, championed by you? And these are questions when you get back home, you try and answer. You discuss with your committees. How do you ensure that that project which you promoted and is now being carried out, how do you carry out oversight on it? Now, let me read, for those of us who don't necessarily knew the first-timers. Section 128 of the Constitution provides us, subject to the provision of this Constitution, a House of Assembly shall have power by resolution published in its journal or in the official gazette of the government of the state to direct or cause to be directed an inquiry or investigation into any matter or thing which, with respect to which it has power to make laws. So only on issues that you can make laws on. And B, the conduct of affairs of any person, authority, ministry, or government department charged or intended to be charged with the duty of or responsibility for, 1, executing or administering laws enacted by the House of Assembly, and 2, disbursing or administering monies appropriated or to be appropriated by such house. Now, for what essence do you carry out oversight? Subsection 2 of section 128 says, the powers conferred on the House of Assembly under the provision of this section are accessible only for the purpose of enabling the House to, A, make laws with respect to any matter within its legislative competence, and correct any defects in existing laws, and B, expose corruption, inefficiency of waste, waste in the execution or administration of laws within its legislative competence, and in the disbursement or administration of funds appropriated by it. So the power of the duty of legislative oversight and the power exercised during that duty are constitutional. They are not given to you by the governor or the judiciary. They are given to you by the people through the Constitution. So you're actually performing a function. You are not overreaching. So with that, please may we now request for questions and comments to honorable members. Thank you very much. The mic will be brought to you. No questions? All right, sir, please. Who is with the mic, please?
No problem. Auzubillahi minash-shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir-rahmanir-rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyil karim. My name is Usman Abubakar Tasiu Kiru, member representing Kiru constituency from Kano State. My facilitator, my honorable members, I want to ask a question. My question is, how urgent matters by Order 3 of the House Rule, Order 3 of the House Rule, Roman 8, how urgent matters can be moved as a motion? Is it a motion or is it just an urgent matter? You know there is an urgent matter that can see it as, you can do it as a bill or as a motion. So I want to have a question. How can you do that? Matter of urgent public. Okay. That's my question.
No, we won't take that. Okay, won't take that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think if it's the National Assembly, which I think applies to the State Assembly, it's a motion. It's a matter of public urgent importance, and it's usually carried as a form of motion. The difference between motions and bills is that motion is a short and immediate instruction that the National Assembly gives as a means of policy to address an issue to the executive, whereas a bill undergoes through a process of public hearing, first and second hearing, and it has to go to the Senate for concurrence. So that's the difference between a motion and also a bill. So a motion is something that needs an urgent implementation by the executive.
Is it, sir, sorry, sir, is it the same with the State Assembly?
I am not very conversant with that. Maybe the lawyers will explain that, but I think it's the same thing, yes. Yeah.
I just want to adjust his question.
Okay.
It seems we are not really getting the question he's asking. Okay, I'm Honorable Yusuf Adebisi from Oyo State House of Assembly. He's trying to ask a difference between a motion and a matter of urgent public importance. You know, it's two different things. Under votes and proceedings, you know, there will be matter of urgent public importance, message from the executive. Then, when you get to the order of the order of the day will carry motions. I don't think you get what I'm trying to say. But matter of urgent public importance will be under votes and proceedings. You know, but business of the day comes under motion, or motion comes under business of the day. While matter of urgent public, it can also be addressed. How do I put it? It can be addressed the same way. You say what?
So that's just it. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think I got the question correct, and based on your update on that, they are all motions. They are both motions. It is applied in the same way. When you are permitted to actually take a matter of public urgent importance, you move a motion to that effect. So it is a motion. The difference is that it is a motion that could be taken on that day, because your order paper is prepared for the entire week, and you get it at the start of it. So when you apply to the speaker gives you step down the House rules, and then you take that as a matter of urgent public importance. So that's just the difference. It's a motion as well. So it's taken as a motion, not as a bill. Yeah.
Thank you. Also, just permit me to add this. You can just simply say that an urgent motion is the one you call a matter of urgent public importance. That means it's urgent, it's also a motion, and it has to be taken on that day. It has to be discussed on that day. The House must have a position on it on that day. You can have a motion. It is not compulsory that it should be debated or discussed that day, but it is to give priority to a motion that makes it to be a matter of urgent public importance. Thank you.
Sir, please.
I wanted to add before, I think you have said it.
Good afternoon, moderators and colleagues. My name is Honorable Samuel Agada from Benue State, representing the good people of Obaribo. My question is about the oversight functions of the legislators. It is quite clear on the fact that the independence of the legislators have been abused by executive in all directions. I can speak for my own state, for example. Starting from when we started during our inauguration, after the proclamation, the governor sat and ensured that we voted his candidate for the position of Speaker and House leadership. And still, when the House was divided into two, was more like a stalemate, he still sat and opened eyes and was like, you understand? Until one of us raised the motion and said, sir, you are interfering with our independence, our right to act freely in a democratic scene. And this is our right. You should respect that. For some of us who are able to speak freely, we are Mark X, but for some of us still, we don't care. Our main function is to represent our people, and that the governor cannot take away from us. And performing oversight functions, I want to be clear on one thing. When does a legislator, like when you have been given a committee, when will mark the end of your oversight function? When you are appointed into a committee, that's one. How often, what determines the frequency of your activity as a legislator performing oversight function? That's one. Secondly, who vetoes on your decision as a legislator performing your oversight function? Who vetoes on that? When you feel something should be done in this direction and it's not done, some of these people can be stubborn and act in their own will, contrary to what you have thought is good for the people. Who vetoes on that? Thank you.
Well, the first question is about when does your oversight end, or when does it start? The frequency. Well, the rule states that a minimum of 2 oversights per annum. So you can have as frequent as possible, but it is expected that you go on an oversight visit at least twice in a year to all the agencies that are under your committee on that part. I don't know if that's sufficient enough to answer your question. Then the next one, I think it depends on, there's position and there's person. The office of the speaker, as committee chairman, you represent the speaker anywhere you go. That's the position you actually carry. So two things. It now depends on the chair and the kind of speaker you actually have. But going by the books, the legislature has the power to call on anybody within the government, starting from the list of the appointees to the highest office of the executive, be it the state governor or the president, as it may be. It depends on the veracity of the legislature that you actually have. One of the key examples is the debate that happened in the 8th National Assembly, how there was the power tussle between the executive and the legislature, where in some instances, the National Assembly can choose. That's the reason, these are issues of separation of powers, where when the legislature actually writes to the executive or by form of motions, and the executive fails to undertake the instructions by the legislature, the legislature can choose to deny funding to those agencies or even refuse to pass the budget on that part. So it depends on the persons in power, but the book states them clearly. The legislature has the power to call and summon anybody, and they can recommend punitive actions against any representative of government to the chief executive who does that. What it is that the legislature does not implement. It recommends actions to be taken by the chief executive who does that to that effect. Is that satisfactory? All right.
Yes, thank you very much. Then I also want to add that, in carrying out oversight functions, there's so many avenues that you can exploit. One is for you to go out and then you want to see, you want to interface with the agency that you're actually dealing with. That's one. But there's no limit to how you can take, for instance, request for information, ask for documents, invite the concerned agency to appear before your committee, and all of these other avenues will actually corroborate and support the discharge of that assignment you carry out. And again, it's also very important for us to strengthen the legislature as an institution. We must also, ensure that the principal officers at every point in time, they know that they have that duty to ensure that, we don't bring that institution under any disguise. It's a weak institution would eventually mean that, the performances of the members also become subjective. And so, in that regard, but again, is the fact that as a people, as representatives of the people, I mean to say, we also must ensure that what we do is not just because we are intoxicated by virtue of the constitutional provision that backs up what we do, but that we're doing it in the interest of our people. We are doing it so that we can be able to ensure that the dividends of democracy gets to everyone, and we can ensure that there's value for money in some of the things we do. So these are some of the things that must be at the back of our mind when we're embarking on some of the. So for me, I will just say that let's do more, by ensuring that we engage them even when we don't have, because at times resources will be a challenge at times. So if it's impossible for you to be able to go around, ask questions, periodically request for, information, reports from the agencies that you oversee, so that at every point in time, you don't have to wait for so long before you start asking questions, and even if they have veered off the path and they have gone too far, and then you are just asking questions, some of these things makes the relationship very difficult to manage. But if you're on the same page by ensuring that periodically you ask questions, you can ensure that none of your agencies will not give you a quarterly report. It's possible. have a template, design a template. Let it be with the agency. And then on quarterly, even I tell some of the agencies I work with, in the private sector where I come from, even if there is nothing to write, once you say nil report itself simply means there's a report. So have a template, design the template, let it be with them. You know what you look out for. Even if there's nothing, no development in the last 4 months, last 3 months, let them send it back to you that nothing has happened. That is also a report, on its own. Thank you.
I think to add on the aspect of control that the Assembly has over the executive is one of those areas that even governors are afraid that as loose as you might find state assemblies with regards to their powers, how they exhibit their powers in practice, not according to the law. The governors will always want to have the assembly's buy-in. When they don't pass the budget, the governor cannot do anything about it. So I could remember some of the agencies that we requested to come on an investigative oversight, and they refused to show up. First call, second call, third call. The chairman issued a zero budget allocation to those agencies, and they had to report. That's the power of the legislature over the executive, of which even the president will not be able to override once the budget has been passed. So at that point...
Of frequency, Honorable said at least a minimum of 2 times on each agency. Yeah? At least a minimum of 2 times. But you can invite as many times as possible, depending on as issues arise. Yeah? On the issue of who vetoes. Yeah? It's actually at the end of an oversight visit or oversight investigation, there should be a resolution. That resolution is the decision of the committee, the decision of the assembly. Like he said, once you make that decision, you cannot execute. It's left for the executive to execute. Probably the decision might include an investigation should be conducted to look at what is happening. You don't need to do that investigation. Somebody has to do it. But you need to go further to ask whether it has been done or not. Now, how do you actually enforce it? I think that is where you're going about the issue of veto. That's what he has raised now. You have the power of the purse. So you can decide to add money during appropriation. You can remove that agency, zero budgeting. Any agency, with that money, the agency cannot function. The head cannot be paid. So I think it will be a foolish person that will sit back. That will not time for him or her to come up. And there's another opportunity which he didn't mention. If the person may come up for reappointment, especially if it's an agency that you need to confirm. Yeah? That's an opportunity for you to say, no confirmation for this individual. Remind them of those things. Then Honorable talked about the regular request for regular reports. Honestly, I think he is initiating that request for regular report, but it's actually a statutory provision. Most of the agencies, I'm not too sure about the ministry, but most of the agencies are established by law. There's a requirement to send reports to the assembly. Yes, report, quarterly or annually, or there's a requirement. So you are not asking for something that is not there. So if they are not been doing it, which many of them are not, some of them will keep it to the end of the year. Use that as an opportunity to request for those reports. When those reports come, you will not have the problem of saying we don't have funds to start doing investigation. The reports are there. You can base your questions on the reports. Because they cannot, well, they may, but they cannot forge ahead of time documents. So you have something that you can use. I think the last issue, look at the issue of power of the purse. Always remember, you hold a very strong power. The governor can appoint all the heads of agencies, the ministers, commissioners, but they cannot work without money. And if he spends money outside the appropriation, you know what you can do. So these are the tools you can handle. Thank you. Any further question, please? I think there's a gentleman behind.
Sorry, my own is not a question. Can I add to what we're saying? Because I've been holding the mic for long from the other man. My name is Dominic Ezerio. I represent the good people of Uru West in Imo State House of Assembly for the second time. The question my brother asked, but before I go into that, I'm not to tell Yiaga Africa on the people to bring to lecture. But if the State House of Assembly members will come here and the reps will be here, and probably a senator, maybe one or two persons who are very young to be here. I think that's why we're here. I would have suggested they have a former rep member, have a former house member who will also be part of them to tell us this. The reason is because of the question my brother from Benue asked, which I will come to. I listened to my two brothers here. Their response are similar to that of the House of Assembly, but mainly they represent us at the federal level. I want to say here in confidence that the activities of the legislators in the House of Rep and that of the State House of Assembly seems to differ a little, that has a very vast mindset in the minds of the people. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for example, does not have anything much to attack this man and this man at the federal level because of the numbers of persons. In the State House of Assembly, where you are 24 members, where a governor himself knows all of you, probably sometimes brings 20 of you to the house, have a different direction to you, which is very hitting to you. And that's why it is quite different from the analysis that will come from that side and that of the State House of Assembly. Now let me come to the answer to that question. The two major questions this man asks here is, when does the oversight function job start and when does it end, which is one. And second one is, who vetoes it? In the House of Assembly, in Imo, and I think it's the same thing to other states, the standing orders we have, like for example, like I remember Order 29, Rule 6 of my one standing order, says you have the right to go and carry out your oversight functions and use the sledge as the chairman of the house, the committee, to hit on it, and that makes it a law at that time. Now, it does not end, sorry, that makes it an order, but does not end there. When it comes to the house, the committee will now agree and bring out a document as a report to the house to be debated. After the debate, probably that committee chairman and the committee members will go to the speaker, or before then, I have to say this open, go to them and discuss and agree that this commissioner is a stubborn man. This is what he has done wrong, and this, that, and all that. You have to protect us, your members. And the speaker at that top will use a sledge and agree on the particular resolution against that ministry or that commissioner. And that's one. I think what this my brother here is also trying to say here, or try to understand, is, when does it start? The job of that committee starts from the day the committee is inaugurated and not the day the committee is appointed. That's what he needs to know. Because if you are being appointed as committee members, you need to go back to the office of the chairman of the committee to do a meeting and agree that this committee is hereby now inaugurated. There will be a clap, whatever, and all that. And in the State House of Assembly, I noticed that if you are 24, 27 members, members of the committee are usually three: the chairman, vice chairman, and a member. What they do, because for Imo State, for example, we have not less than 28 or 29 ministries, parastatals, and all that. Every member of the House of Assembly are chairman of a committee. Two persons from here will make you vice chairman and a member. Other person, just like that, we're interwoven, just like that. Now, for his own question, that sledge that is being used as a speaker, there is another small sledge again that the chairman also uses, and I think that's what they also do at the House of Rep, because we normally see them do that. When you hit on it, it's like you have given an order of a particular thing, like standing on behalf of the speaker at that level. So I think what we should know now is to agree, or let this my brother here know, that the duty at that time, what makes it a particular law, is only when you have also made what is partial and part of the law before you now go to the House of Assembly for the speaker to use the sledge and agree on a particular thing. And for those other areas, I also want to tell some of my brothers, especially most of those who are new here, that the Constitution also gave powers, rights, for you as a committee to bring a report where the House will agree that that person should be arrested and sent to the appropriate authorities for prosecution. This is the little I can add, sir. Thank you.
I think we should, please, a round of applause for him, please. I think we should take benefit of those who are second, third timers in the House. But we also recognize that there may be some differences in the orders in different states. There is a movement now to see if we can unify it, but it may not be actually that practicable because of differences. But yes, what he did say is right. The extent of, I don't know whether I should use that word, but please permit me to use it. The extent of control that a governor may have is kind of bigger than what a president may have because of the number of persons. Yes, but the truth is that that is only possible, that is very, very feasible if your route to get into the House is through the governor. And while getting there, you are unable to distinguish yourself as an independent. And there's also something, to the second of your questions, while Honorable was speaking, he did mention that the fact that the challenge of having just 3 persons in a committee can be resolved by recognizing the capacity of the civil servants. They have been there for a while. They actually, I don't know how it happens in your state, your assembly, but you allocate clerks to each committee. So each committee has a clerk. The clerk is a civil servant who has been there for a while. They know how these things happen. They know the agencies under each committee better than even the chairman. So you take advantage of their presence. If you allow every work to be only on you, it may be too overwhelming. So take benefit of that, and that will help you to resolve it. So, okay, sorry.
Yeah, okay, I think my honorable should be the one to respond more on that. There's a member, or rather, my colleague is a former member of the State House. And what you explained is it's the same. The State Assembly is a replica of what you have in the National Assembly. And in states like America, they have Senate and House of Reps in their respective states. So it's just here in Nigeria that we have just that at the federal level. But it's the same governance at the top and as well at the state level. Just to add to some of the issues, it is the question that my gentleman raised from Benue, and the comment he made is a true reflection of what happens across the states. The governors have made the state houses of assembly so weak, such that you don't even feel the impact of the members of houses of assembly. There are so many states who don't even go for oversight. There are many state legislators who don't even know how oversight functions get to be conducted. Those experiences are lost at the state houses of assembly. But something I must mention, it is about our kind of politics, compensation. Otherwise, in the National Assembly, in the 9th Assembly, we had 110 committees. We don't need 110 committees. I was involved in about 13 committees. How do I function in 13 committees? My colleagues from other parts of Africa had just 1 or 2 membership of committees. When I mentioned, I couldn't even tell them that I was in 13 committees, because all of them mentioned 2 or 3 maximum. And I said, I belong to 8. And they said 8? If I had mentioned 13, it would have been something else. So how do we get to function? I couldn't even, when you will get to understand how difficult it is, particularly during budget defense. Some agencies are running at the same time. So you juggle from one committee to another. And with all sincerity, I don't think I functioned in more than 5 committees. I had to decide the committees I wanted to be relevant. First, the committee I was deputizing as a leader, and then I had to choose other committees. So I think it's about our political approach, where we compensate. Where you have 29 ministries, you don't need 24 members to be heads of those committees. You can streamline those committees and make them what? 10 or even 8, so that you can have more members of that, and then you have a very strong committee when you have members contributing to those committees. If you look at the National Assembly, the Senate has fewer. They have justice and justice and human rights and one other one combined together, not just one. So I think it is the responsibility of legislators at the state houses of assembly to make the legislative oversight a very functional tool within the state houses of assembly. But it's basically the same. Whether we talk about legislative oversight at the National Assembly, it is expected that it runs at the state houses of assembly. It is unfortunate that the governors pocket the state houses of assembly, and you can't even summon a commissioner or anybody without the governor permitting that. This actually happens at the state level. Or you call a director to come and explain. He will tell you that the governor has to approve that. But we even experienced that in the National Assembly, when the president told all his ministers and heads of parastatals not to go to the National Assembly for any investigation or anything. And the National Assembly kept writing, and people didn't respond. So it stiffened the debate. And the legislature had to rise up to put up their powers over those functions. So I think it lies more, and it's important that we're having this conversation at this level so that state houses of assembly will pick up that matter and actually raise to that occasion. I'm not sure what happens in Lagos happens in Yobe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to make a very brief comment too, When we have gatherings like this, it's for us to discuss what it should be, what the ideal is. What we are beginning to bring into this is adaptation of legislative businesses in various states. It's just like discussing the Nigerian system of legislature. There are so many aberrations to it. But that does not change the fact that this is what is ideal. We take, for instance, in Nigeria today, the concept of constituency project has been brought into legislative business. But going by the tenet and the practice of democracy and legislature, it is an aberration. The legislature has no business with execution. So if you execute, who oversees? But even the voters would come to legislature and ask them for roads, ask them for transformers. The best they could do is to facilitate, is to influence development to their areas. But today what we have seen that is happening is legislatures dishing out equipment, buying motorbikes, constructing roads, building health centers and all of that. I was hoping the power of the legislature does not make it the normal way. So if we're having a convergence like this, it is for us to say, how do we ensure that we try to convert back to the norm because we have deviated in practice of democracy and legislature. It is not, for instance, the ideal for a committee that has been set up and recognized by the House itself to not have power to be able to run through the process of oversight and deliver its report for the adoption of the House, who can, of course, vary part of the recommendation otherwise. But when we want to Nigerianize the legislative business, even before you make it open, you go to the leader of the parliament so that you can be sure that what is coming out is also in a way satisfactory. That is the Nigerian version of the legislative business. And of course, we understand that every politics is local. Again, is that even the legislative procedures in this part of the country differs from one state to the other. But there is also a project where there are some developmental partners who are trying to say, how will it be harmonized? Now, there seems to be progress in regional harmonization of some of the procedures and the rules of the House. Now, South-West has been able to come up with a unified legislative process and procedure and rules. Now, Southeast is going to have their South-South, we have that. Eventually, those documents will be brought together and then see how can we have a common document that speaks to the procedure. So that either you are talking from Lagos, you are talking from Imo, Katsina, you are going to see, you are going to be operating with the same procedure. And then, however, regardless of the variation in the way it is being carried out or operated, there is what we call the ideal, the norm of legislative business. And that is what this platform intends to achieve. how do we make, and we believe that if those differences will be made, it can only be carried out by young persons who are coming into office. They are the one who can dare to be different. It is young persons who may want to do it differently, who may want to say, this is not normal. You know, my brother the other time said, someone rose to say, Mr. Governor, this is our right. It takes a young person to be able to do that. It takes someone who believes that, oh, can we try to be different? We want to attempt some of those things. And the truth is, regardless of the challenges that we are seeing, it is our duty to ensure that we strengthen this institution called the legislature. And by strengthening the institution called legislature, it doesn't have to be confrontational. But we have to learn to still be firm as long as you're on the right path. I tell people it's better to be alone on the right path than to be with the multitude on the long lane. Eventually, the truth will prevail. Eventually, you will be respected for standing by what is right and what is the normal thing to be done. Because if we continue the rate at which it is, it may be a matter of time before we totally substitute what the legislative business entirely is, and we have another version that only those of us in Nigeria will be able to explain to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Honorable, thank you very much. Yes, let me just recap again. I think, Honorable Tunde, you actually hit the nail on the head. As the name of this convergence suggests, young legislators. Young legislators. The idea is that if as young legislators we are able to get it right, we probably will change the trend of the Nigerianization that is already going on. We put into the proper Nigerianization. If the young ones cannot ask these questions now, is it the older ones that will ask the questions? And this is the best time to establish yourself and ask those questions. Second, it is not really for you as an individual. It's for your constituency and for the constitution. You are there to perform a role. Just remember that. For your people and for the constitution. And you are not actually, in many of these issues, opportunities, you have really nothing to do with the, even though it's with the executive, not really with the governor. These are heads of agencies. The governor will also appreciate if the heads of his agencies and ministries are doing what they ought to do. To a large extent, they want the thing to work. They want to come back again, especially those who are in the first tenure, or they want to become senators. So your work, your role, you are also assisting them to perform their role. Third, as Honorable Tunde said, posterity. It's not for, I think Senator Itaina mentioned it, and I think that is his gravitas, that he has built capital, social capital all this while in his work as legislator. So you do it now. It may not sound beautiful. It may not be welcoming, Honorable Sir. It may not be welcoming now. But eventually, even when the governor is trying to discuss with his cabinet to ensure to do certain things, remember there is this honorable that will not allow that thing to happen. So you are making an impact. They might even call you for your input. How do we expect that this thing should work better? So that is part of the role you are performing. So remember, it's for posterity. Then finally, what Honorable said is, yes, there have been some practices, many of them wrong, but they have kind of to an extent been institutionalized, but that does not make it right. The idea of this convergence is to see if we can change those things. Those abnormalities that have been normalized, let's see how we can bring it back to normality. And if the young ones cannot do it, especially those who are coming off the first time, those who are already established in the system will not be able to do it, except when it touches you. So this is an opportunity. Let's change those abnormal normalities. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Yes, Honorable Sir? Please, the mic, please. Yeah. Okay, sorry, sir, I'll come back to you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Honorable Babalala Lasukomi Samson, member representing Egweda State Constituency, Oyo State House of Assembly. I want to ask a question on the issue of the house rules. I think right now we have harmonized house rules, and thanks to Yiaga Africa, I can remember in 2019, there is a peer group where I traveled outside Oyo State to Imo State. But when I get to Imo State, I can see there is a lot of differences in our houses because the speaker is the only one taking charge of the business of the day on the floor of the house, unlike our own in Oyo State is the speaker and the majority leader that we take the business of the day on. Now we have the harmonized house rule, which has been effective for all the state houses of assembly in Nigeria now. But to my own surprise, in some houses of assembly, we learned that emergence of the election of the Speaker of the House of Assembly issue, it was stated that it must come from the majority party, majority members of the party, that if there is no ranking, and it must be a ranking member from the majority party. But in most cases, in some states in Nigeria today, in this present current assembly, state houses of assembly, we found out that some speaker, some new member emerges as the speaker of the state house of assembly, while they are ranking member in the majority party, which the house rule clearly stated that must be a ranking member from the majority party. In this situation, what is the position of the house rule? Do you get my question very well, sir? What's the position of the house rule? And you know that house rule is the engine room of the House of Assembly. It's the legal framework that will guide the state houses of assembly. What is now the position of the house rule in the state? Second question is the issue of the oversight function and every other thing. In most cases, we know ourselves as honorable member. We are all our bosses on our own. You will call some members that we have meeting concerning oversight function. At the end of the day, if you are a committee of 7, you will hardly find 3 members to attend the meeting, and you must form quorum. What can the chairman do in that aspect? We are talking about some aspect of that, but we are not talking about that aspect. What, as the chairman of the committee is handicapped at that situation, what can he do in that situation?
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Right. Okay.
Thank you. Let me respond to the first questions as to how we begin to see situations where first-timers are emerging as speakers. When we make rules, what we also see is that people exploit the vulnerability in the rules to achieve their aims and intentions. The rule, for instance, is very clear. The rule does not say that you must force a ranking member to become a speaker. There's a procedure to the nomination. So what simply happens if someone has interest in a particular person, for you to even become the speaker, you have to be nominated. We've seen instances where, in most cases, some compelling party reasons and all of that, some things will have happened behind the scene. And then on the day, the person that you expect to have been nominated will even deny being nominated. So, and if you are not nominated, we have seen like 2 instances where people exploited that. And only one person is nominated, and the only one person nominated is a first-timer. The business of the day must proceed. And if you are interested in becoming the speaker, you can't nominate yourself. Someone must nominate you. And when it is time to nominate, if nobody is nominated a ranking member, the only person nominated is ranking. There can't be vacuum. But it is for us to now begin to say, how do we ensure that we put those things? That's why I said it's about building the institution to be strong and resilient, so that there will be a limit to the external influences that will begin to make some of our rules to be less effective. By the time we begin to do some of those things, of course, we see a better result that we envisage and that we have in mind. So I think the few exceptions to the rule has been because the vulnerability in the rules have been exploited. And I think secondly, the other question has to do with, I'm trying to pick it now. Sorry?
Quorum,
yeah, forming quorum. I think one of the powers of the chairman of the committee, you also have the power to co-opt. And, there are some members of the House who, naturally would always want to be available for things like that because there is that passion. They also want to be part. So I think one of the best ways to avoid, committees not, being able to work or meet is that you look for other members of the parliament, of the House, who can add value to what you are doing. And then you co-opt them as members of the committee so that you can be sure that at every point in time, you have the desired quorum and work and go on. So that's the way around it for me.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
That's okay?
Yeah, mine is an addition to the first one. And I like the way my Honorable explained the first question. I just want to bring to our consciousness that House rules, as the name implies, House rules, it is restricted to the House. Once it moves out of the House, it is irrelevant. Okay? So that debate is a debate for the House. As at the time a nomination was moved and it was against the House rule, and nobody moved a motion against it, you accepted it. Who made the House rules? You made it. Who took the decision to nominate a speaker who is not within that? The same House. So it is your decision. I'm answering you politically. So it is your business on that part, okay? And on the other part of it, usually when you have an influx of new members into an assembly, the chances are they will take the decision. They will decide what happens in the House. Where does the principle of ranking comes? It is institutional capacity. Somebody who understands the members of the House, the rules of the House, the affairs of the House, the in and out of the House. These are just basically the issues. And the other part of it is a bit political. Protecting the interests of the older comrades. In the events where you find a new person emerging as a speaker, he shares all the juicy committees to his comrades who are just coming on board, and they take charge of the House. And maybe when it comes to experience circumstances, the House could actually crash land. But when you have a speaker who understands the House, let me give an example. For example, somebody like the current chief of staff to the president, who had gone through the ranks, minority leader, majority leader, and also what? Speaker. If you notice in the 9th National Assembly, there were no strong rumors or advances to impeach the speaker, unlike in previous assemblies on that. So these are some of the advantages and the opportunities that a ranking member brings to the table. Otherwise, all of you were elected as members of the assembly. So before the nomination and the election of the speaker, you are all equal. You're equal among the equals at that point. So it is your decision and your choice to determine what happens. So if you made the House rules and you violated it, it is the business of the House. Yes.
Thank you very much. Honorable sir, please go ahead.
I'm here, please.
The mic, please.
Is here.
Sorry, sir. Okay, please, with permission, sir.
He's my leader. He's my leader. Let me give
you. He has raising hand for a ride now, please. Somebody help us, please. Thank you. Honorable sir, you can come over to the front, sir. Come closer.
Thank you, sirs. And once again, my name is Dominic.
Okay, sir.
Considering from what my brother said, I wanted to start with what my good brother said earlier for abnormality, and you also added it. But first, my brother that talks about the quorum for committee, I will never speak from Kaduna. I will always speak from Imo. In Imo, 3 members of the committee, 2 is the quorum. In Imo, 2 members of the committee, co-opting 2 members, making it 5. 3 is the quorum. And it is a very simple mathematics in bringing variations and statistics to give you what quorum is in mathematical calculation, which is very simple. For Imo, the present speaker in Imo is a new member. I think by the special grace of God, he will be 15 days in office, and he's the speaker. Now, what happened? 8th assembly, conference of speakers in Nigeria, and leaders of conference of speakers in Nigeria, former speakers and present speakers, as at then, came together in Enugu and agreed that every speaker in all the 36 states House of Assembly must be ranking. Believe this, they returned back home and changed all the rules in Nigeria. I'm very, very aware of that. When that happened, it was reflected 8th assembly as they are leaving to 9th assembly. We came in 9th assembly. I'm aware that there is House of Assembly as at then that was 5th assembly. Ebonyi State presently is 7th assembly. That's what they have. As at then it was 5th assembly. Yeah. That period, some of us were thinking that the ranking members were doing that for their selfish interests, for them to become speakers. But when you move on with legislature, you will understand that the older you go, the better you become in legislature. And we saw that as an aberration. But the reason why it happens now is, in Imo, we have 3 zones. The Olu zone, Okigwe zone, and the Owerri zone. Whenever the governor of Imo is trying to contest election, if he's coming from Olu, he will either take the deputy speaker from the other 2 zones. The remaining 3rd zones automatically in the House of Assembly becomes the speaker. That's what happened. I think that's a very fair one. Now, when you talk about how they come in, it is the duty of the members of the House of Assembly to elect their own speaker and deputy speaker as presiding officers of the House. But in as much as the experience I overflown, there are things some of us will not be able to say here. There are things you will say here, on radio, on television. You will stop at a stage, you won't go to your states. But a lot of things the House of Rep members will say on television, even against the President of Nigeria, will still come down from the pulpit and walk down home and even sit at their sitting and still speak more. Now, what it means is, the second part of it is that whether we like it or not, it is not a must. I'm saying this as a lawyer. There are 2 ways of electing your members. 2 ways of electing your speakers and deputy speakers. I say it in confidence. The first one is the election you will do in the House. And the second one is consensus. Yes, it happens. When we all agree within us that the zone to the speakership is 7 members that is remaining, then 1 person must come. And if members agree, whether lobby or no lobby, I will say, okay, this is the guy we want to. We'll get to the House to nominate him and second him, and he becomes a speaker and deputy speaker. These are also known by law. They are not a rocket science. The last one is the abnormality, my brothers. Let me say this because we are members of the House here. We must tell ourselves the truth. You see, abnormality will never become normal. The reason is this. Where a king who owns the majority discussions in his states is telling the governor, this is my son, and the ticket is given to him, he's going to win the election. Where a former governor is telling the governor, this is my daughter, they give him tickets, he's going to win the election. And by the time you are 29 and 25 are from the same party and which top men who wants their children to return back. Once they return back, what they get home is what they tell them to go and do and dine with the system. And on that note, abnormality remains abnormality. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sir. Honorable Sir, please. Please, the mic this side.
Yeah, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on existing protocol. My name is Honorable Deze Ernesto Kechku. I'm the member representing the Dato North State Constituency, Imo State. My question is very simple. Can we oversight NDDC, knowing that NDDC have most of the people within the Niger Delta area, which my state falls in, and they have their offices within our territory? This is very simple, please.
The NDDC is an establishment of the National Assembly, and it's a federal agency. You cannot oversight the NDDC. That's on a yes or no answer. What you can do, if the NDDC gives funds to departments or agencies at the state level, as part of your oversight functions is to demand accountability of what those funds were used for on that basis, but not specifically oversighting the activities of the NDDC. For example, we had to amend the rules of, over the House Committee on Education, on oversight functions, where TETFund gives funds to state institutions and were never oversighted. So in the 8th Assembly, sorry, in the 9th Assembly, that was amended, and we had to embark on state institutions oversight, specifically to funds that were given by TETFund, because that's the establishment. But at the state houses of assembly, the lower cannot oversight a higher authority. Okay.
Let me just also add this. I think the basic assumption that underlies, one of the basic assumptions that underlies oversight function is that an agency that you have not created, you don't have power to ask, to bring them for questioning. However, if there are some secondary impact of their operation that is not directly linked to them, you could question that, but not the agency itself, because you derive the power of questioning from the act of parliament that puts them in place. So that simply helps us to identify the agencies that we can question as states, assembly, and otherwise. Thank you.
Just to add on that, every money that comes to the state for the purpose of your people, whether it is NDDC or what do you call these other funds that comes from ecological funds, so long as it hits the account of your state through an agency for the people, so long as it hits that account on that level for the people, you have the powers to actually demand how those funds were actually expended on that level. So that's what I want.
Honorable, thank you very much. That is a very interesting question. And I'm very happy the way it's been clarified. Yeah? If you are listening, when I was reading the provision of section 128, it says, on issues the House has legislative competence. Yeah? Where the things they can make laws on. It doesn't matter if laws have not been made on it already. But they have powers to make laws on those issues. Even if they have not made laws on it, they still have power of oversight. That is where Honorable has now clarified. So they have powers to establish an agency for regulating money coming from NDDC. But they've not done that. NDDC has given that money to a ministry to carry out a function under which they have powers to make laws on. The House can carry out oversight on how that money was spent. So you won't say, because it came from the federal, therefore cannot make laws on it. It is now within your competence, within the agency which you can oversight, or the ministry which can oversight, so you can carry out your oversight. As far as it goes into the account of the state, which you have the state competence over. You are the one that approves the budget. You are the one that approves how the money is being spent. When you are talking about appropriation, sources of income, the one that coming from the federal government is included in the source of income. It's coming to your pocket. How it is spent for your people. You can carry out oversight on it. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Honorable K. Okay, I think it's time for prayers. I think that's where they are going.
Okay, let's do 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the prayers.
He said 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Because go for prayers.
Oh, okay, then you know you're a lecturer. You have to reduce your. Go ahead, sir.
What I want to say on the oversight function of NDDC, I hope you're not trying to take chairman of NDDC. The oversight function, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very correct. But there is a little side of my own addition.
Okay.
NDDC, for example, and oil and gas, for example, in Imo State. I use Imo State, for example. I was a former vice chairman, oil and gas, because we produce the oil in our state, in my own local government, in a federal constituency. The NNPC, who allowed the gas frame to my state, money was not paid to my state. We investigated in the oversight function and got it right and traced the money where it was, from the federal to a particular account. That's the oversight function. NDDC is in the state, constructing rules. Imo State members of the assembly has the power to oversight the NDDC ministry, states NDDC in my state.
That's the state?
Yes, no, but it is federal. We don't have NDDC, it is the federal. Every NDDC in the local government, in the states, are from federal. They are not controlled by the government.
No, sorry. You said ministry. Who appointed the ministry?
I'm coming, sir. Yes. I'm telling you a very clear truth. Okay. NDDC, I know why he's asking that question because he's from Imo. We in Imo, we oversight them. Now, how do you oversight them? A road that is supposed to be constructed, said to have been given to a particular contractor by NDDC in Imo. And that contractor is a private contractor. We now want to know what happened to SYZ Road. In the course of oversight functions, they get to know the contractor. And money has been released, and that contractor has not been able to do what he or she is supposed to do at a particular numbers of kilometers of road. In the course of asking that contractor, and the contractor is telling you that the money given to him is 200 million by NDDC to do this job and not 500 million. Where do you think, sirs, that legislator will get the facts of the total amount of huge money given to that contractor? Is by asking or writing to NDDC to supply us with an information. That is also part of the oversight function. And getting that information from the NDDC people, for them to now say, this is what was given to this man, if they corner some of us to bribe or to ask questions, we now want the NDDC to release the total money that is supposed to be meant for the contractor. And by virtue of doing that, the State House of Assembly has been able to go beyond the state to oversight the functions of the state in making sure that that road is being constructed. That is the other side of the area I really want to mention, because it is dicey. And it is dicey in the sense that among all the federal agencies, the only two places some of us in the House of Assembly do our oversight functions is the oil and gas and the NDDC. Nowhere again, because this is part of the states where we are. Thank you.
Honorable, thank you very much for your input. I think there needs to be clarity. So that
can I just make a little addition?
Okay,
yes. You can procure or source evidence or documents from any agency, regardless of whether it is federal, state, or local government. You can procure evidence to support what you do. You are not actually overseeing NDDC in that regard, but the contractor, and that's the point that I made earlier. You are actually calling the contractor to question because he's carrying out a project in your state. And in order for you to be able to verify some of the claims of the contractor, even in the interest of NED itself, you have the right to procure evidences, documents from NDDC or wherever you want, even if it's Federal Ministry of Finance, you can do that. So that is allowed as long as the part of their activity, it doesn't, it has gone beyond what NEDC is handling. There's now a third party who you can question, and then you can procure evidence from NEDC to support. So that is a way to go about it. Yeah,
thank you very much. I think we are now come to the end of our program today. I will now invite the honorable speakers to give us 10 seconds, last thoughts on our discussion today, then before we round up. Honorable Simon, please.
Maybe to go back to somewhere when we mentioned at the course of the discussion that, about constituency projects. It is not completely an affair of the legislator. The executive has a level of control on that. You can appropriate funds to a particular agency because legislators don't implement it. It has to go to an agency. And that agency can decide to give to any contractor to implement that project. They have the powers to do that. When you see legislators having that kind of control, it's probably as a matter of whatever it is that legislators get to have to in terms of that, but it is strictly an affair of the executive. And conclusively on that matter, the ICPC is there as another watchdog. It oversights that, and regardless of whether you're a legislator or not, so long as you're a public office holder, the ICPC investigates the implementation of all projects that has to do with that. So there's a level of control that checks both the executive and the legislator. These are all the issues of separation of powers to that effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sir. Honorable Tunde?
Well, thank you. I'll just round up by saying that the legislature remains the cornerstone of good governance and democracy. And that's why there's responsibility on all of us to ensure that we strengthen the institution of the legislature. And by doing that, we'll be strengthening democracy. And then we can begin to see the dividends of democracy, which is good governance, the betterment of society, which is the whole essence of our being in government. And as young persons, I want us to know that our performance would actually open doors for more young persons to be privileged to serve or otherwise. And I believe so strongly that we all have what it takes to open doors for more young persons to be able to effectively discharge this duty and some other duties in giving back to a better society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorables. It's been an enlightening program. I've learned quite a lot. Please, I want to plead with you to share amongst yourselves. There are older legislators here. Please go to them and ask questions. You learn from each other. The idea is for the people. And the idea is that you are young now, and this is the opportunity to make mistakes and correct them. So if you are afraid of making mistakes, you're probably not going to move anyway. Also, remember that your key role, this is one of your key roles, is oversight. When proper oversight is done, you get better laws. When proper oversight is not done, the laws will not be strong. We won't know how to improve on the law. On that note, I have been Dr. Bethel Ozoma-Ihumba, and it's been fun having you guys here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable, thank you so much, sir. Honorable, thank you so much, sir, for coming. God bless you. Thank you. Honorable, thank you very much. You have a lovely evening, sirs.